Te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, ki mā taratara ki tai. E he ake ana, te atakura, he tiu, he huka, he hauhu, ti hei mauri ora. Morena, everyone. Kia ora koutou katoa. I first of all want to send best wishes to the Mayor, but also all of our staff who are affected, or elected members as well, who are affected or have been affected by COVID. I know a number of our staff, and I won't name any of them. It's not obviously our place to do that, but I know many of our staff have been in isolation, have had COVID. Some of our staff have had kids in hospital with it, so it has hit even our staff very differently. Some mild, some actually very, very concerning symptoms. So just want to, give thoughts to. I think I saw something yesterday. 400 or 500 staff so far have told their managers that they've had COVID. So there may be others. So just thinking of all the staff out there that are having to, and I know a lot are still doing work, so I hope that they are taking that time, as we just were saying to the Mayor, to rest and look after themselves. And I know those isolation periods can be a bit tough with having the whole family together without leaving the house and trying to get supplies and food as well. And that those wishes extend to our communities as well, as we know it's very, very tough out there for many people. And that's just not just the symptoms of the virus, but everything else that comes with it. So hopefully we'll get through this peak fairly soon, but just wanted to acknowledge that and say that. Suad, now if we could just jump over to our roll call. Is that the right time? Yes.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Morena, everybody. Councillor Hills present. Councillor Bartley. Don't see her on the call yet. Councillor Casey.
Morena Suad.
Morena. Deputy Mayor Cashmore.
Kia ora.
Kia ora. Councillor Collins.
Kia ora whānau, assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. Councillor Coombe.
Kei konei, kia ora.
Kia ora. Councillor Cooper.
Kia ora.
Councillor Dalton.
Present.
Councillor Darby.
Kia ora.
Councillor Fletcher.
Present, thank you.
Mayor Goff.
Kia ora.
Councillor Henderson.
Good morning, everybody.
Councillor Mulholland.
Good ora and good morning, everybody.
Good morning. Councillor Newman. Councillor Sayers.
Present and wishing Phil your speedy and full recovery, sir.
Councillor
Thank you.
Simpson.
Morning, I'm here, thank you.
Councillor Stewart.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Walker.
Present.
Councillor Watson.
Hi, Suad.
Councillor Young.
Kia ora, 大家早。
IMSB Member Wilcox. IMSB Member Wilson.
Kia ora koutou.
Kia ora. Over to you, Chair.
Kia ora, thank you, Suad. We did have official apologies from Councillor Filipina. I think on bereavement leave still. Thoughts are with Alf at the moment. Hope we see him soon. And Councillor Cooper on council, leaving around midday on council business. So let's try and get as much as we can done before Councillor Cooper has to leave.
Chair, I also put through an early departure for council business, but I don't need to leave until 1:30.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Thank you. Right. We don't need to move those, do we? Oh, yes, I do. I'll move, and I think Councillor Cooper nodding, I can see, will second. All those in favour?
Aye.
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 Are there any declarations of interest? No, perfect. Confirmation of the minutes. Deputy Chair, Councillor Coombe, did you want to move those?
Happy to second it. Yeah,
Oh.
Councillor Sayers.
Kia ora, Chair. Yes, happy to move. Second or
Cool. So Deputy Chair and Councillor Sayers. All those in favour?
aye. Aye.
Anyone opposed? Thank you. There are no petitions. We have one public input. I haven't checked if it's Elena Derrick is online. Suad, can you see if?
Just-
Eliana?
Yep, I'm just having a quick look. I don't see her online. And I haven't heard back from her as well.
Okay, just to be fair, we may have rushed through too quickly. So if she's still keen, maybe we'll talk to her after the water strategy. It's out of order, but I just want to make sure that wasn't technology or anything that was holding her back. So we'll go through the agenda, and then if she does want to speak, we can have it after item 8. Is that okay, Suad? We'll just hold that off.
I'll make contact now.
Cool, thank you. Okay, no local board input, no extraordinary items, and sorry, opening my other sheet. I tried to be organized to have everything right in front of me, but it's not as easy as I thought it was going to be. Right, so today we have quite a full agenda, so we just want to get through as quickly as possible. Questions, if possible, could you please write your partai or korero notifying us in the chat? The hands up gets a bit confusing going back and forth. If you do a hands up, we'll follow that up too, but I'd prefer to follow in order through the chat if that's okay. If you feel like it and if you've got the internet available, please use your cameras when speaking to everyone, and we will try to go through every presentation without interruption and then do questions at the end. I think that's the easiest. There are a bit of a theme of the first 3 items, obviously around water. The water strategy is a broad long-term strategy, which is the high-level direction, and then we have too much water policy and the shoreline adaptation plan for Whangaparoa, which are all connected. So it's quite good to have the sort of cascading 3 together. And so we'll jump straight to the final adoption of the Auckland water strategy. And I think we have Toby and Jacques on the line. I assume Toby is taking the lead here.
Kia ora, Chair, thank you. What I'll do is I'll just set up my slideshow here, and then we'll get underway. Raced through the agenda and I don't have my slideshow ready. Apologies, everybody. Here we are. Kia ora tātou. Just to acknowledge the Chair and Deputy, Mr Mayor, hope you're feeling better soon. Committee members, councillors and MSB members, welcome. Today on your agenda we have the adoption of the Auckland Water Strategy. This is the final step in adopting that strategy. Members will remember that we last saw you in December 2021, where we endorsed the core content of the final document that you're seeing here today. Just before I do start, it's me that presents these things, but I just want to acknowledge our co-lead, Georgina Hart from Natural Environment Strategy, who is away on parental leave. And then I also want to acknowledge the project leads, the workstream leads, Greer Lees, who's the Acting Manager of Infrastructure Strategy, Simon Fraser and Brendan Judd, who are Senior Analysts in the Natural Environment Strategy. And they're available and on the call today should we need to answer any questions. And then just acknowledge everyone else who's contributed to the water strategy over its development, Watercare, AT, Panuku, the Secretariat for the Tamaki Makaurau Mana Whenua Forum, Te Pou Taiao members and Chair Nicola McDonald in particular. A lot of effort has gone into what we've arrived at here today, and just to acknowledge everybody who's helped us there. Also acknowledging our Mātauranga advisors, Emily Afor and Johnny Freeland. So just wanted to make sure I make that acknowledgement before we move on. So the first slide that we have here, here we go. So this is the timeline for the water strategy you should be seeing. We've seen this slide before a number of times, each time progressing further through the timeline. So the water strategy really has its genesis in that 2017 Section 17A Value for Money review, We had the public discussion document. The public gave its feedback on the vision, values, and strategic direction of that discussion document. We came away with Te Mauri o Te Wai, the vision for the water strategy. Since then, we've adopted some consumption reduction targets last year, and we're already making progress investing and working on policies and programs that will further those. Staff then workshopped the strategy with the Environment and Climate Change Committee towards the end of last year. Local board chairs were also invited to those workshops. And then in December, we adopted the core content. We had 3 resolutions. The first was adopting the framework of the water strategy. The second was endorsing the content. So the text descriptions, the vision, aims, challenges, actions, and so forth. And the third resolution was just a noting resolution that staff might refine the odd action and refine the content, refine the core content for that final publication, which is attachment A on your agenda today. Since that December meeting, we've shared the core content and presented to local boards. They've had their business meetings throughout February, and we've received their resolutions and feedback. That is attachment C to the agenda report today. Staff have taken on board that feedback. We're preparing responses to some of the requests for further information and clarity. We've addressed some of that feedback in the final document that you see as attachment A today. Probably most notably a page describing the shared governance model here at Auckland Council, which was in a number of local boards' feedback. So we were happy to accommodate that and provide that page. That page is probably the more substantial change that the committee members will see from the version that was shared with committee members for feedback on the 21st of February. So that brings us to today, adoption in March, as you see on the screen. So I just wanted to almost take us back right to the start and just revisit why did the council create this strategy. I'll just make sure that's still presenting. It is not. Just trying to navigate to my slides.
It was until you said.
Yeah, no, my mistake. Just trying to get to my notes. Quite hard working with a paperless office. Not to worry. So why did we create a strategy? Well, really 3 key reasons. Change is needed. We have identified core challenges within the strategy that relate to the need to produce one. And these are around protecting and enhancing the health of water bodies and ecosystems, providing enough water to meet our needs into the future, better partnering with mana whenua, and working together as council in a more coordinated fashion. These challenges are what the water strategy responds to and why we arrive with the strategic direction that we do. Change is also required. We're seeing central government direction for more integrated management and particularly improved partnership with mana whenua. And these key themes are reflected in the strategy that you've been presented with and that we've workshopped. And the last key driver for a strategy is that change is possible. Council has a really broad role when it comes to water outcomes in the delivery of services, functions, regulation, and community activity. And Council plans to spend a significant amount of money in this area on water outcomes over the 30-year lifetime of the strategy. And that spend, and particularly that activity and the ways that we work over the lifetime of the strategy can be directed by a document such as this, and the strategy represents that opportunity to provide that strategic direction. So just the next couple of slides describe that strategic direction. So the vision of the water strategy, Te Mauri o Te Wai o Tāmaki Makaurau, or the life-supporting and life-sustaining capacity of Auckland's water is protected and enhanced. So really, this is honing on the concept of Mauri, which is an intuitive concept. It's one that I think everyone can feel as they walk past a river that's healthy and well, and they then themselves feel healthy and well. And of course, the opposite is true when we are near water that isn't doing so well. This was a concept that was supported during public feedback and praised during the iwi engagement that we undertook as part of the discussion document and more recently as part of the strategy development. And really this vision is about the life in and sustained by water doing well. And it causes and commits council to prioritise the well-being of water in its decision making. It's about strengthening our relationship to water across the region. So with that vision in place, what the water strategy does is it establishes 8 key strategic shifts. So they're just coming up on the screen now. So these are really 8 areas of change. They're identified by staff across the council as key directions in order to change the way that the council group approaches achieving water outcomes. So they're on the screen now. Te Tiriti Partnership, empowering Aucklanders, sustainable allocation and equitable access, regenerative water infrastructure, water security through abundance, integrated land use and water planning, restoring and enhancing water ecosystems, and then a last shift there around pooling knowledge and paying particular attention to the way that the group coordinates and collaborates to deliver these outcomes. Each of these strategic shifts has a stated aim, and the water strategy clearly explains what we mean by that aim. And then we also identify a number of challenges that impede progress towards that aim and need to be addressed throughout the period of the water strategy. The strategic shifts also have around 6 key nearer term actions that are identified, and the implementation plan, which was circulated to the committee at the same time as the full document on the 21st of Feb, goes into a little more detail about what those actions are. Those actions are designed to lay the foundation for change, to begin the strategic shift, if you like, and the architecture of the water strategy is also designed to be added to. So as we make progress against those actions, we may identify more actions over time that deliver the strategic shifts. So they're designed to stay constant, and then as we make progress, we'll be identifying and adding to the actions. So and that's really the core of the water strategy. So as we progress on these strategic shifts, Aucklanders will begin to see some changes. And this slide just summarises some of those changes. So empowering Aucklanders to strengthen their connection to water and blue spaces, as well as being involved in and understand decision-making surrounding water. They'll see a council that takes decisions that prioritise. Just getting a little bit of feedback. Someone might have a mic on. That's better, thank you. They'll see a council that makes and takes decisions that prioritise water. They'll see healthier ecosystems through a catchment management approach, greater access to blue-green spaces, including for swimming and food gathering. A stronger partnership approach with mana whenua. It's the first strategic shift in our strategy. Water-sensitive urban areas and an enhanced role of water in placemaking. So making room for water and putting water into the way that we design, develop, and kind of experience Auckland. And lastly, greater water efficiency across Auckland, preparing for climate change and rising demand when we think about water consumption. So these are some of the outcomes that we'll see as we make progress against the strategy. We are already making progress on some of the actions and some of the strategic direction within the strategy. So a few examples are on the screen here. We, because of the timing of when we adopted the targets for water consumption reduction last year, we were able to reflect those into the long-term plan. And so we are already beginning to invest for greater water efficiency and the programs that support those targets of reducing per capita demand over time. We're partnering with Te Pō Taiao to develop the Mātauranga Māori benchmarking framework. There's more information on that in the strategy itself. It's a really exciting opportunity to kind of pair a Mātauranga Māori benchmarking framework and lens against an international model, which we've also completed. And that was the Water Sensitive Cities framework that we used to inform the strategy and that we've had a workshop session on. There are deliberative democracy trials underway at Watercare, empowering Aucklanders to understand source selection and the way we think about the decisions that Watercare makes. We're partnering with mana whenua through the MPSFM development, embedding those core concepts of te mauri o te wai and the government's direction around te mana o te wai. We have strategic approaches to sediment aimed at reducing runoff. There's position statements around those too much water events, which are on the agenda, as the chair mentioned. So lots underway already that's embedding the strategic direction of the strategy. So just want to draw attention almost to a bit of process here. This is attachment B on your agenda today, members of the committee. So you'll remember we noted in December that we might make minor changes to the actions and then also kind of produce the final document. We've identified those minor changes. We popped them in as attachment B on your agenda. There are a number of small changes to actions. Those are largely around just further investigation of the timeframes that are going to be required to deliver the scale of action identified. And then we also updated a couple of actions to note that they are underway, whereas we hadn't listed them as underway in the December version. And as I say, summarised in attachment B. And then we also wanted to draw attention to the way that we've addressed local board feedback in the final version. Just want to make a point, the local boards, we shared the core content, which we had at the time during December. It was the version that the committee endorsed. And so we were able to make a number of changes that accommodated local board feedback in the writing of the strategy. So that was useful. As I mentioned earlier, key change is the explanation of the shared governance model and trying to draw out the key roles that the governing body and then the local boards have in relation to progressing the outcomes in the water strategy. So making that a little clearer up front, page 5 or 6 in the water strategy. We've also added there were some great suggestions by the local boards in terms of how local boards may be of help and improve the outcome of specific actions. And so we made sure to include those bits of detail in the detail within the implementation plan for those actions. In many cases, that was around the wealth of knowledge that local boards have and their ability to represent community views on actions that would be taking place at that local level. And so that was really useful to hear, and we made sure we reflected that. And as I mentioned earlier, the full resolutions from the business meetings throughout February are attachment C on your agenda. So just to make sure that committee members are aware of the process that's happened since we saw you last, when you endorsed the core content and adopted the framework. And really that brings me to a close. The next steps, should the water strategy be adopted at today's meeting, publishing it on the council website, and we'll be publishing some supporting documents as well. We've listed those in the committee paper, and they're designed to make sure that an interested reader has access to some wider information to support the delivery of the strategy. Really excited to have brought this to you today. I hope to be of help answering any questions, and as I say, the leads are on the line as well. So looking forward to taking some questions. Kia ora. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Kia ora, Toby, and thank you so much. And I'm glad you acknowledged as many of the team as you could. I was going to start naming them, but thought it was safer for you to do so. Thank you for doing that, because I know that can be tricky. But I know that the team has done a fantastic job on this, and it was a lot of work that has gone on in a fairly short time, the last couple of months of last year. I'll just move the resolution that's there, and Councillor Coombe, Deputy Chair, would like to second.
It's placed, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll acknowledge Councillor Coombe for steering the workshops and the final committee last year that when I was away, and Councillor Cooper for being so involved throughout the process too as a water care liaison, especially for the targets and things we had done in those first meetings around consumption targets and things which are very important to the overall strategy. So thank you, Linda, as well, and the water care team. Now we'll just move to Partai. We have Councillor Cooper first.
Thank you, and thank you, Toby, and all the team. This is a huge amount of work, and all the local board feedback. I guess for me, I really want to address that elephant in the room, that in spite of all our amazing aspirations, and I think they're achievable, I think we can do all of this, is that we won't be in control of this anymore, unfortunately. And so a lot of this for me is a bit sad, because the local boards have got all that knowledge, we've got all that local knowledge, we've got, you know, a good track record now, and we won't have any say in it. So Toby, I get the question for me is how can we as a council, because you talked a lot about you'll see council doing that, you'll see council doing that, this and that. How will we be able to contribute if we basically have a very football field's length ability to even appoint somebody, let alone have an input at that local level? What can we do, especially in the area of the integrated planning and you know, all of the things in there that could really benefit Auckland?
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you for your question, and apologies again for not acknowledging your core role, particularly in the early stages of the strategy. That was an oversight on my part. Fantastic to have had your support through that. I think what I will do in the first instance is defer to Megan Tyler on the water strategy, on the Three Waters reform question, just to make sure that we give her the opportunity to speak there, and then perhaps I will add something from the committee report, Megan. But would you like to speak first there?
Kia ora, Toby. Thanks through the chair. Thanks for the question. Look, you're right, and we've had these conversations before. You'll note that there's a recommendation report that came out of that governance working group just in the last day or so, where there is proposed changes to the ability or the amount of influence that councils will have on these new water entities, and the ability to set direction, or at least to ensure that they consider the matters that are important to the community. So in this case, the water strategy would form part of certainly what Auckland Council would bring to the table about the things that are important to Aucklanders, and the things we need to work through and the entity needs to work through over the next 10, 20, 30 years. Council will clearly still retain a number of regulatory roles in particular. So we will still be an environmental regulator. There will still be the really critical partnership and work with iwi and mana whenua and Māori, Mātāwaka. So there are things that we will still be able to do as a council, even though, as you say, we won't have the control we have at the moment over the Three Waters. So it's not ideal, but certainly from my perspective, this is still a very valuable document, something certainly worth doing, and it will, I still feel it will make a difference. But we will need to work that through over the coming years. Thanks.
Good to hear. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Just to back that up, if I may, Mr. Chair, I agree with what Megan has said. What we have achieved through the working group is a greater degree of accountability by the board of the water services entity to the regional representation group. And given the fact that this has been done with mana whenua, I think, you know, Auckland will have a combined majority of Auckland mana whenua and Auckland Council on the RRG, and I think the work that's been done will be put to good use. So I don't think it'll detract from it, but we won't have that exclusive control over it that we've been fighting for, but we will have the ability to influence, and this won't be wasted. It is in line with what iwi is saying, and I think the combination of iwi and council will make sure that this strategy prevails through the RRG if we get to that point. Thank you.
Good, and thank you, Phil, and thank you, Councillor Cooper. Did you have any other questions, or that was fine, Linda? Thank you. Now, whoops, we'll go back. Councillor Dalton, next up.
Tēnā koe, Chair. Kia ora, Toby. Thank you for this work. I've really enjoyed watching the strategy unfold. My question may have been somewhat answered, and it is around, what do you see any gaps in resourcing or anywhere else to deliver on the first strategic shift of the Tiriti partnership?
Kia ora, Councillor, thank you. do I see any gaps in delivering against that strategic shift? Probably a couple of ways to answer that. In the first instance, it's a long-term strategic direction over 30 years. So it gives us something to aim for. It identifies the challenges. And I think if I were to define gaps as challenges in this way, there is a lot of work to be done to support the treaty partner and make council's processes and the way that we engage and the way that council as an organisation identifies goals together with mana whenua and then works towards those goals in agreed ways. So there is a big gap, I think, in achieving that strategic direction, if I might say it like that. So over the 30-year strategic direction of the plan, there is a lot of work to be done. I sense you're also asking a question around, are we able to make progress against that strategic direction? And I've got to say, I'm quite heartened by my involvement through the water strategy. I've paid particular attention to this piece of the water strategy. I've been involved and attended most 60-70% perhaps of the iwi engagement that we undertook. And there's energy in the air around improving that partnership. As I said in my presentation, we got a lot of really positive feedback around the kinds of language that we were using and the vision in particular for the water strategy. But of course that was backed up with, so let's make sure that we take action together. And that's where I'm heartened to see things like the shoreline adaptation plan that's on the agenda later today, developed in partnership. It's where I'm encouraged to see the development of the national policy statement for freshwater management response from council, again in that partnership approach. And I think that, you know, with things like Kia ora Tāmaki Makaurau, council is putting itself in a position to turn the words in the water strategy and our other documents into action. But I don't shy away from the need to kind of provide sustained resource and time and effort to that space as well. So sorry, a long-winded answer. Lots of ground to cover and ground that needs to be covered in partnership. But I'm really encouraged by what I see, and I'm really pleased with what we've been able to land in the strategy in terms of identifying kind of key challenges and key actions that would begin to address that.
That was a really helpful answer. Thanks so much, Toby.
Kia ora. Thank you, Councillor.
Kia ora. Thank you, Councillor Dalton. We have IMSB member Karen Wilson next.
Kia ora, Mr. Chair.
Kia ora.
I really appreciated the question Patai from Councillor Cooper, because aren't we all to a certain degree thinking about those sorts of things? And then I also very much appreciated Mayor Goff's kōrero and also Councillor Dalton, because I have to say I'm in excitement mode and I shouldn't be there, because we're only talking about the Auckland, the water strategy, and the excitement mode comes from knowing the work that's gone in before this paper came to us, including Councillor Cooper, and it's got us to this stage where Toby must have read, thought about, spoken this in a mana whenua aspect, and we all know that mana whenua consider that they will have a say. Now, I think it would take brave indeed other mana whenua or other representatives to say that this Auckland strategy hasn't had some considerable input into it, supported by Auckland Council. Very brave indeed. So I had taken it as read that this was a valuable piece of work that will go some way to not giving us the perfect answer that we would wish as in this region, but looking at it as good as we can get it. Toby, I know there's a whole lot of other people. I salute you on this. I actually do have a question, because I've already moved forward onto the plan. And what I want to know, please, it's got some key actions that will support the implementation plan, such as resourcing mana whenua to enable meaningful partnership relationships. And I suppose I'm just wanting to get a better understanding in your mind within the council group, who will be scoping these actions and who will be owning these actions. And are you thinking that it would have multiple owners, given, you know, we are going through the three waters thing? What's the thinking through here in terms of the water strategy, please?
Kia ora, Member Wilson, thank you. Yeah, really good question. So as with all the actions in the strategic shifts, those actions are described in more detail inside the implementation plan. The actions have timeframes identified to them. Those timeframes allow for scoping and the seeking of any funding, should that be required, and then time for delivery. So that's true of all actions unless they're already underway. In the case of the action that you name, you can tell I've read the strategy back to front. That's 1.2 around resourcing mana whenua to enable the meaningful partnerships and relationship with council. There's a few components to that action, and the first is around simply understanding engagement across council on matters of water. Now, the scoping of that particular action needs to dovetail with work that I'm already aware is underway from Ngā Matarai, looking across engagement within the council. I'm not close enough to be able to speak to the progress of that and the kind of scope of that action, but clearly that is interrelated. So in answer to your question, the first step with these actions is going to be to complete the scoping and identify just what's needed to deliver on those actions. It will also be to refine the identification of owners. So to the kind of second point of your question, we've identified organisational owners, and for that action, it's listed as council. We have an internal understanding of the like the teams and the units that would contribute to that action, and we have provisional owners identified for those actions. I can't off the top of my head remember where we've placed that in terms of leading it, but I want to get across two messages. The scoping of that ownership and the scoping of the actions is still to be done, and the detailed scoping, and we provide for that in the timeframes that are inside the implementation plan. So really that's a case of we'll continue to work through what that looks like in order to deliver it.
Thank you, Toby.
Thank you. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Member Wilson. Thank you. And thank you for your support the whole way through this process as well. It's been very, very good to have you around our table, your table too. Many tables at the moment at home. The next question is Councillor Walker.
Sure. I've just got a general question first, Mr. Chair, that goes to the presentation around a number of agenda items and the attachments. And the attachment reports for somebody reading them on their computer are 90 degrees out of whack. It's actually quite difficult for members of the public generally, given that they're reading these sorts of things online, to often deal with these matters. It's incredibly user unfriendly, I mean incredibly. So I just make a plea to officers, can they make the simple change to realign presentations so that they are readable? Can someone answer me that question? It's not directed at Toby, it's generated to whoever is putting these agendas together so that they're as readable and as accessible as possible.
Yeah, Wayne, we will ensure that Suad gets back to the team that for a cursory look over agendas before they go out, if they can be all flipped the other way. On Nexus, it's very easy to flip them, and most computers can, but granted, I understand what you mean, that it's not an easy look to travel down the agenda and having to switch the view. So very good point there, but we will ensure that Suad gets that back to the rest of the governance team, and we'll try and make sure that doesn't happen again.
That'd be great. If someone can get through to me specifically, I'd like to target this as a simple work item, Mr. Chair. I would really appreciate that. So I've just got a few questions on the water strategy. So is it possible, Toby, to include information that other cities include in their water strategies that would include diagrammatic representation of a catchment-based approach, showing the different water sources, for example, rainwater and the like, because none of those things are obvious in what I read, and I have emphasised this before. So can we incorporate that material so that an Aucklander or somebody reading the strategy can see, one, where the water is coming from based on a catchment-based approach, which is fundamentally what the water sensitive cities approach is all about. It's a catchment-based approach, and then also to show where the water goes. So in terms of sources, that would include rainwater, stormwater, obviously aquifer water and the like, and so on. It should also incorporate diagrammatically other water sensitive cities approaches around the water cycle, around water balance. So can we incorporate those things, Toby?
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you for that question. And you're right. You've raised that once in our workshops as well. So the way that we've approached that question of if I sort of refer to that as almost the educational element, or the our ability to increase kind of Aucklanders' water literacy within the water strategy itself. The way that we've approached that is, in order to keep the water strategy, I'll use the word short, but I'm sure some committee members would look at a 35-40 page report and think, so we've managed to keep it down by taking the approach that the educational and sort of supporting information be housed in supporting documents that we add to over time. And so that's why you don't see things like the hydrological cycle that you raised there. So just to explain why it isn't in there. We do have space within the document that you see appended to the agenda for a map showing the sources for Auckland's water, and also we're actually showing the river courses as well across the region, and that's just going through some final checks from our GIS team. I think it's page 4 in the water strategy. Right now you'll just see a blank in the attachment. So some of what you're asking for there is addressed in that map. And then I'd take the guidance of the committee as to whether or not it wishes to see some more of that, if I just use the term, say more educational content, if it wishes to see that kind of moved into the strategy. I hadn't received that feedback on the final strategy version circulated to the committee, so I haven't included it up until this point.
Okay.
So I'll take the guidance of the committee on that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, by way of question, the information that I was suggesting in terms of diagrammatic form is incredibly basic. For example, by way of question, the fundamental shift that's occurring within Auckland's water is that we are increasingly unsustainable and are drawing more and more water from outside the catchment, from the Waikato, at huge cost and lack of resilience. So that sort of information can be expressed incredibly easily diagrammatically. I think that, I mean, sure, you can parcel this stuff in some form of education form elsewhere, but really that's not adequate. And I mean, all you've got to do is look at any other, look at City of Melbourne, for example. I mean, it's all there, and I've pointed that out many times before. So I've got an outstanding question, Mr. Chair, around that.
Yeah,
the other
just to loop in, you finish that off. I think because the feedback didn't come back last time or when Toby sent it out, it won't be on there today. But what Toby did say, that the strategy is designed to be added to, so we may be able to put something as an attachment or something over time. I don't want to just have some maps to sort of, it's not as easy as just throwing down. Toby, is that correct though? We could add something at a later point.
If I might, Mr. Chair, I think Perhaps the sort of the neatest solution in this case would be to pursue the route of the supporting document. So we have a number of supporting documents that provide kind of explanations around core concepts within the water strategy, and those are the documents that I'm referring to when I say that we can sort of add to this over time. So I think that would be an excellent suggestion. It would take a bit of work on our end, but we have much of that information that Councillor Walker is referring to in information that we've shared with the committee previously. We would just need to, work that up into a public-facing document appropriate to kind of spread that message and provide that educational content. So that could be something that we action, is creating a supporting document there to cover those matters raised.
Perfect. Thanks, Toby. We'll add that to our work program or something to ensure it's looped off for all of us. And thanks, Wayne. Your next question.
The other question I've got just around the consumption targets. Quite obviously, the council has a requirement to reduce its emissions by zero by 2050. New Zealand as a whole and Auckland is woeful. In fact, our emissions are going the opposite way, they're going up. Given the embodied carbon in water by way of energy and the like, do these consumption targets in any way go near meeting our climate change targets, particularly if you recognise that water consumption is directly related to sewage and energy use and the like? They're correlated phenomenally. So have you done any analysis on that, Toby? If the answer is no, then that's an answer, but yeah.
Kia ora, Councillor. Well, just firstly to acknowledge that we have Greer Lees on the call who can add some detail here, but also to agree with the point that you've just made that there's there's energy involved in the conveyance of water, including drinking and wastewater, and that the reduction of drinking water in the system and by association some reduction in wastewater in the system is a lever to reduce the amount of energy used within that network. And so the consumption targets that we propose and the reduction of per capita consumption of water over time is one lever to mitigate the energy that's required for that system. And then the other point, of course, to make is that climate change will be affecting the sources that we currently use, and through the frequency and the severity of weather events, and it will be affecting the demand on those sources, warmer days, demand peaks, and so on. And so again, the reduction in per capita demand over time, particularly when we think about a growing population over time, becomes a really important strategy and lever when we think about mitigating and adapting to climate change. I'll just see if Greer wants to add anything to that. I'll just provide a bit of context, allowing her to kind of think through that question. Greer, you're on the call. Is there anything further that you'd add to Councillor Walker's question there?
Kia ora, Toby. Kia ora, Councillor Walker. Just to add that there is also a specific action in there in the year 1 to 3 timeframe, and it's in shift 5. That is an action to be done with water care on basically a water emissions reduction plan, similar to the fact that we're working on a transport emissions reduction plan.
Okay, just got one other question, Mr. Chair, and that goes to implementation strategies. I have raised earlier, and I've raised these points on a number of occasions in workshops, that Auckland Council and Watercare could integrate more closely with the Water Sensitive Cities Network, with the good work that they do out of Monash, that we enter into a partnership arrangement with Auckland University and AUT and the like, to effectively have a form of water sensitive cities unit in Auckland. That needn't cost Auckland Council much at all. I think those other parties would be more than welcome to take that up. Is it possible to actually have that as an implementation item so that we're actually walking the talk? Thanks.
Yep, I'll take that as a comment. I think
no, it is a question. I've raised it before. I'm raising it again. Can we incorporate that as an implementation item?
Toby, Toby has engaged a lot, quite considerably with the water sensitive cities, but also important to acknowledge that the importance of the Mātauranga Māori assessment of it, because just simply laying the water sensitive cities, which is a global tool across Tāmaki, wasn't the right thing to do, and Mana Whenua weren't keen on us to do that. So we've done both. Toby, did you want to talk about or respond quickly to Councillor Walker?
Just to say that the team would agree with your position there. There's a piece in the strategy explaining the water sensitive city framework, the work at Monash, and the ability for Auckland Council to kind of engage with that international network. I mean, that's a key driver for us at Council undertaking that benchmarking so that we could kind of access, collaborate, coordinate with that international community. So absolutely agree. Inside the we called it the pooling knowledge strategic shift. We talk about developing external partnerships for innovation, research and development. And there's a little more information in the implementation plan. I will make sure that the implementation plan references the ongoing partnership with water sensitive cities. And it's certainly the intention of the water strategy to revisit that benchmarking over time, for instance, and have an ongoing relationship with that network. So yeah, I think we would just support those comments and make sure that that's clear in the implementation plan. Kia ora, thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Toby. Thanks, Councillor Walker. Councillor Darby, next up.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Toby. Hey, great work, and we're at a great landing point here. I'm looking at the strategy, Toby, and I'm looking at the governance of Auckland, and it refers to the core council. It doesn't refer to the CCO responsibilities in governance. Look, that's a small thing, but a large thing, and it leads me to my question. Impatient for action on this. That is, we get into the delivery mode of the strategy now. The strategy being built upon the vision. So, can you just outline how the strategy is going to be socialised with probably not just so much our organisation. I'd probably like you to dwell on the CCOs, and rather than take the water care example, I'd like you to take the Auckland transport example. 25% of urban Auckland is acres of asphalt, it's impervious, it has an opportunity for us, as we well know. So how is this going to be socialised in a meaningful way that leads to short-term change and long-term change at Auckland Transport? How are we going to see impermeability addressed quickly where it's currently not being addressed in like-for-like renewal programs or designs of roundabouts that are sealed off with asphalt and concrete and could be gardens or tree pits, etc. I'm interested in how you could just take us through how with that particular CCO this is going to be socialised and we will start to see change.
Sure, Councillor Darby. Really excellent question. We don't have to answer your question most directly. We don't have a confirmed plan around socialising the strategy outside of sharing the strategy and some internal comms that we do have some internal comms planned. I think what you're getting at is some more sort of face-to-face conversations around how we embed the strategic direction in some of the work programs and decision-making in CCOs such as Auckland Transport. I would just make the point that the water strategy has involved staff from Auckland Transport, Panuku, Watercare, both in workshops and developing the strategic directions and in the benchmarking that we just spoke of in the previous question. And so the development of the strategic direction and the actions themselves were appropriate, have had input from across the council group. And so in the delivery of actions is the first opportunity to involve staff from CCOs in the implementation of those actions inside the implementation plan. And for that, we do have a plan. We're working through, as I answered Member Wilson's question earlier, a scoping phase on those actions. But I think you're raising a really important question, which is how this is reflected in mechanisms such as statements of intent, and how we work through making sure that our CCO and the broader council family respond to the strategic direction and the strategy. And I think it's a good question and one that we need to keep thinking through there. Heartened that we have the Chief of Strategy on the project and her role in sharing the strategic direction that we may adopt today.
Thanks. I'll leave that one there, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Dowdy. Second to last, Mayor Goff, question.
Oh, look, I've got a comment. I had my hand up for a comment that I'd like to just develop a little in answer to Linda Cooper's question. So I'll follow Daniel if that's the last question under comment. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Perfect. Thanks, Mayor. Question, Councillor Newman.
Yes, good morning, Richard, and thank you. My question to officers is just following on from the response that they've just given to Chris Darby. We know that we're not going to have control of the new water entity. And in relation to Auckland Transport, our ability to direct the decision-making around investment within Auckland Transport is pretty well limited to the SOI. And we know that the stormwater assets that are really important here are primarily located within the road corridor owned by Auckland Transport. And finally, we know that under the new permissive planning framework for residential development and intensification, etc., where backyards are being subdivided, much of that we're sort of relying upon resource consent conditions, which are pretty permissible to the developer, but don't necessarily put the environmental consequences or infrastructure consequences at the heart of the debate. So taking all these things into account, actually our ability to have any sort of meaningful intervention in relation to how we design stormwater within road corridors and within communities that connect into those road corridors is extremely limited, isn't it? Yes, we're talking about we've got a scoping exercise for communication with our CCOs internally, and we'll have these debates. But in reality, we don't have any mandate to be able to direct on this matter, do we? And probably our ability will become even less as we move through the transition to Three Waters. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Toby, I'm happy to take this, if that's okay. Thank you for the question, Councillor Newman. The strategy points also, at its heart, fundamentally, this strategy also requires a change in relationship and a change in partnership and a kind of a change in the way we do things. Yes, within the organisation and the group, but also, you know, across Tamaki Makaurau, because it's not just Auckland Council having actions, you know, it's individuals and businesses and all of that kind of thing. And as some of the other questions have raised, it also links to our climate action, which is, again, fundamentally a social and behaviour change process that's going to happen over the next decade or two. So I'm probably not going to be able to answer your question and be clear that it's no problem. We'll be able to, influence and control all sorts of things. But what I am clear about is that this strategy points to a different way of working for us as a group. And it's a challenge that you've laid down, and that I'm very aware that we have, is to see exactly how we kind of make decisions, and the decisions we make as a council group are the right ones and are pointing in the right direction, particularly around Te Mauri or Te Wai. So it's a real challenge, Councillor. I can't answer you to say we've nailed it or we will nail it, but that is kind of part of the fundamental underlying, really, in my view, of this strategy as well.
Thank you, Councillor Newman, and thank you, Megan. That is all the questions. We'll go straight to Mayor Goff for comment, then Councillor Newman and anyone else who'd like to speak. So, Mayor Goff, you were cutting out again, so if okay. I guess just warning you that I'll put my hand up if you disappear completely, and maybe you'll be able to see that. But yeah, hopefully.
Yeah, it's time the rural dwellers in Auckland get a better broadband. If it is cutting out, I'll turn the camera off. Maybe I should do that anyway. Actually, Mr. Chair, that might help. Look, it is an answer to both what Councillor Daniel Newman has said and Linda Cooper, and I thought I'd just give this the first opportunity to give a very brief account of where we're at in terms of the working group recommendations and how that would impact on what the strategy we're about to pass might actually end up doing. We didn't get the outcome that I sought in terms of Auckland Council majority control. We did get an outcome where we've got 90% membership, and that's set down in a shareholding. But we did get some considerable increase in the accountability of the water services entity to the regional representation group. So it's moved more towards a CCO model. There is now going to be a statement of strategic and performance expectation, which the water services entity will have to, quote, give effect to. So the same words as in the CCO legislation. We'll also, this is providing the government approves the recommendations of the working group. We also have the power to approve the statement of intent, and we also have the power to directly appoint and remove board members. So in some ways, the regional representation group will have similar powers to what we have. The difference is we don't make up 100% of it because of the nature of the co-governance set out and the other councils involved. What I did get out of it, there are 14 members that will be on the RRG, 4 of which are Auckland Council, and that gives us a 28% say, which is important because we've also approved that majority decision making will apply, which has to be 75%. So we have a blocking vote so that if there are things that we don't like happening, we can stop them. Also, as well as 4 Auckland Council members, there will be 4 Auckland iwi members. So Auckland will have the predominant voice in the regional representation group. But undoubtedly, this makes the process a little more complex. We'll have to work more through persuasion of the people that we're working with, rather than simply being able to say, this is our water strategy and this is what should apply. But I have no doubt that given the way that Toby and his team have put this water strategy together, the Auckland Mana Whenua will be supportive of that, and therefore that will be part of what the new water services entity will need to give effect to. So in short, Mr. Chair, worthwhile being on the working group, even though it was 12 days of my life that I'll never get back, and I was persistently in a minority of one on a key issue. But we have got improvements, and that should lead us to have confidence that this water strategy will continue to have effect on the water services entity that will be set up if Three Waters goes ahead. So I hope that builds a little bit on Megan's answer, and I hope that that is of use to councillors. Thank you.
Kia ora, Mayor, and we heard you perfectly, and thanks again for your work on that grouping of people. And I know there was frustrations there, but I think there have been big leaps forward, some that unfortunately could have been sorted out from the beginning, because a lot of the points were our points from the beginning. But hopefully the government will listen now. Comment, we have Councillor Newman.
Yeah, look, thank you, Chair. And my best wishes to the Mayor. Is sounding. I hope he's sounding better. But yeah, look, I appreciate the remarks that he's made. It goes some way to addressing the points that I wanted to raise. I think there's a very strong argument for certainly horizontal integration for water and wastewater, but the outlier really is the stormwater, and that largely is actually goes to the heart of how one implements the strategy for better conservation of water, using stormwater design and redesign to give effect to good environmental outcomes. And Megan, I really want to acknowledge you and the officers for the work that you've done in this space, but there are two main risks here. Firstly, I'm not sure that stormwater excites the attention of anybody who's working in the three waters space, to be honest, at this point, because I don't think they understand it. Certainly, I don't think that there is an appreciation of how significantly integrated stormwater and transport is, because most of the stormwater infrastructure, certainly from a conveyance perspective, is in the road corridor. And secondly, in relation to housing, there is no doubt that there is a significant risk with the move from permeable to non-permeable surfaces as we, pour concrete all over Auckland to build house upon house upon house. That there is really no appreciation for the environmental consequences of that. I think that the risk remains that is the strategy being integrated, or is it ultimately going to be decoupled from implementation, by our CCOs? One, because we don't actually have the ability to have that much control over Auckland Transport, and two, the ability for Auckland Transport, which we don't directly control, to interface with an entity for which we will, notwithstanding what the Mayor said, will be largely controlled by its own management and reporting devices. So I do want to acknowledge the officers. So I think that they have, really tried hard and made a very genuine attempt at writing a very reasonable and considered document, notwithstanding the environment within which this debate is being had around control of three waters. I certainly think there's a very strong argument for decoupling of stormwater from this new entity, because ultimately it sits at the heart of some of the work that the council needs to be doing as an environmental steward. Thank you, Chair.
Kia ora, thank you, Councillor Newman, and very well-considered points that you've continued to voice over the last year or so on this issue, and even longer. We have I was about to finish up, but Councillor Darby, comment.
Thanks, Chair. Look, I won't repeat the comments about the possible transfer of stormwater into the Three Waters entity that might or may not turn up, but it's a dislocation that I have extreme concerns about too. But look, I just want to come back to what we're discussing here today at the core. And firstly, I do want to acknowledge the long journey that's been taken here, Chair, Deputy Chair, Toby, Megan, many others. Bit dangerous to start the name calling, isn't it? But look, hey, at last, we've actually got a water strategy. We're about to put over the line and adopt a water strategy. Te Māori o Te Wai. It's a pretty amazing accomplishment today. And, we've had the vision for a while. We've thought about it for a long time before that. But as we know, visions are somewhat empty unless you have a mechanism to deliver on that vision, hence this strategy. And then the strategy needs legs. It needs those clear actions and responsibilities, and that's what's contained here. We've got that, but we also need the monitoring, and we need to get motoring. So we're all going to have to be pretty keen, have a keen eye, be on the lookout for ensuring that this strategy is not just considered by various parts of our organisation, but that it is actually genuinely brought to life, and that it's reflected on honestly, not in a cursory way. Now, I say that, Chair, as Chair of Planning, because I know at times strategic documents are viewed in a cursory way. People extract the convenient parts and do that part and ignore the more inconvenient part to achieving their particular outcome. So I guess that's what drove my question to Toby, and I gave the example of Auckland Transport. It's not for me to home in on Auckland Transport here. I'm just highlighting it as an example. There is tremendous opportunity in the Auckland Transport area of responsibility to make vast improvements in water outcomes. And I'll be very watchful through my liaison councillor role to see how they are tracking to reflect on this water strategy and understand it and embed it in their practices. If we see that, we will see change quite quickly in some areas of the strategy. But like the Climate Action Plan, there is some urgency to deliver on this. And I think we're all going to have to be watchful, alert, and calling out, just as we have on other strategic directions that this and other committees have made for us in our city. I want to finish by acknowledging again everybody that's participated in this. This is very large work for the city. It's very much the city shaping document that we need, and we're about to confirm it. Thanks, Chair.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you very much for those comments. Deputy Chair, Councillor Coombe.
O tēnā koe te hia mana, Councillor Hills, tēnā koutou, ngā mihi nui kia koutou. And I just wanted to add my acknowledgements in speaking in support of adopting the Auckland Water Strategy today, and to thank the team, Toby, Greer, Georgie, and everybody who's worked on this going back over many years have built the foundations for the strategy. Do really appreciate all of that hard mahi that's gone into it and the collaborative approach across the Auckland Council whānau. Also, just in speaking in support, it's not that long ago, well, speaking in support and also reflecting on the need for this strategy, and I've enjoyed the kororo that we've had around the table on the strategy and its origins and the need for it. It wasn't that long ago that we had plans and approaches that were diametrically opposed to what we're trying to achieve with this strategy in terms of te Māori o te wai, and the life-sustaining capacity of water is protected and enhanced, and particularly thinking about the lack of consumption targets and just the endless growth that we were previously planning for, and growth in the consumption of water. I mean, that's just one aspect of it, and also, of course, the ongoing degradation of our environment and the water surrounding us. And I'm particularly thinking of the Hauraki Gulf and wearing my potai as co-chair of the Hauraki Gulf Forum. So just to see this all come together, really do acknowledge the importance of the strategy and why it's needed and the pathway that it puts us on. I also just wanted to add a quick reflection on the positivity that IMSB member Karen Walker spoke about, and I think she said it was excited at this work and the strategy, and we've been hearing a lot of negativity about Three Waters, and I've been receiving a lot of negativity about the changes we're trying to bring to the Hauraki Gulf Forum as well. A lot of misinformation in that space. But this strategy really is exciting, and I think it's time now to actually be moving into that sort of next step in terms of the implementation about how working together will bring us a huge amount of benefits. And I'm seeing that, for example, in the rāhui that we're having around the Gulf, when we work in partnership with mana whenua, just the transformation and the action that is possible, and this water strategy picks up on that as well. And so, you know, I'm excited too about how this puts us on a new pathway, and I think there's a lot for us to all collectively learn from this strategy, and I look forward to having those conversations and just greater, deeper understanding about how we are going to work with mana whenua on this strategy, because I do think there's a huge amount to gain. A lot of people fear-mongering that this is sort of taking something away, losing control, but actually, when we look at what we're trying to achieve with Te Māori o Te Wai, I can see just huge benefits and transformation. So thank you again, and I do commend the resolution today, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to front the strategy alongside you. I really appreciate that, being upfront in the strategy. So kia ora, ngā mihi nui ki a koutou.
Kia ora, Deputy Chair, Councillor Kerman. Thank you for all your work on this and taking the baton very strongly when I was on leave for Theo, and that's why it was important that both of us are there in the Chairs forward as a joint message as well, because of all the work that you did leading this strategy as well. And also, although you might not have noticed, but you said Karen Walker, the jewellery and clothing designer, instead of member Karen Wilson. I'm sure member Wilson didn't mind though. For me, this is a huge piece of work. So thank you so much again to Toby, Jacques, the whole team, Megan, and every staff member who's worked on this strategy. It has been complicated. It has been pulling all our strategies together and pulling them back apart and learning along the way. I know that there was a lot of push to focus specifically on water-sensitive cities as the benchmarking tool, but Toby and team, in speaking with the Mana Whenua Kaitiaki Forum and individual Mana Whenua members, you realised that it was more important to get a benchmarking system that had a Mātauranga Māori focus and an actual Tāmaki Makaurau focus first and foremost, to ensure that, yes, we could benchmark ourselves against other cities, but it was important to have that Tāmaki Makaurau flavour and ensure we were working in partnership with Mana Whenua on such an important part of, well, the life force of our city and the people who live here, which is the water. So I just want to appreciate that took a little longer than maybe we planned at the beginning, but it's so crucial that it was done in the way it was done. And as Member Wilson has said, she's been pleased with that process, and many others have spoken to that as well. So yeah, I just want to say that it's been a fantastic process from that point of view. I do want to touch on what others have spoken about, is that it feels like a shame that we have this fantastic strategy, but technically we potentially won't be the ones driving it. But I think that is maybe looking to the negative of what I think this strategy is, and I hope that any new entity that takes over or becomes the ones implementing the infrastructure take this and see this as our sort of benchmark, our doorstop. This is what we want for our city. This is what we expect, and hopefully they'll see it as a bit of a quick win. Okay, we don't have to write our own strategy for Tāmaki Makaurau. We can take this on board. But I think the work is so fulsome, and so there's a lot here that they should be using as a resource for this new entity. And I think with the changes hopefully coming from our advocacy and from the Mayor's advocacy, hopefully we will have more of a say than we thought we were going to have, and we will be able to keep the new entity honest through this water strategy and actually have something that backs it up with evidence and a process, as opposed to just things we assume we want in the water space for Tāmaki Makaurau. So I think also for the CCOs, they will need to pick this up as a strategy, much like Te Tarakia Tāwhiri that is crucial. And the other thing is going back to the targets. We forget what happens along the way. I think we think about the drought and the concerns we had about that. The fact that Chris's the planning committee and others, we've got the plan change now for no more resource consents for tanks. We've got those consumption targets that Councillor Cooper and Watercare really, Councillor Cooper backed us up and our staff up working with Watercare on ensuring that those targets were reduced to a place that was sustainable and was considering climate and was considering the infrastructure. So going forward, those asset management plans will be written with that in mind and those aims and targets. And also, as one of Auckland's biggest water users, we will need to be ensuring we are staying true to the water strategy and reducing our water use and being creative in that response as well as we go. And there's all the planning tools as well that aren't necessarily just about the water infrastructure. I think there is some shame in the fact that stormwater is still being included in this Three Waters process. I think it's obvious that a water entity includes water supply and water and wastewater as utilities, but I do think there is an issue that we're going to find trying to have the stormwater system that goes in our streets and our parks and the decision makers right across our city, and the importance of that and that new blue-green infrastructure and fewer pipes and more wetlands and rivers and the things that improve the water quality of our beaches and harbours, that we need to maintain that sort of control and that sort of that push there. So I think there is a concern that stormwater gets left out when I believe it's one of the most important pieces that we need to have a say over. So just once again, I think everyone said everything that needs to be said. This is a fantastic strategy and it will be added to, and I think that I just want to appreciate all of you for getting involved and really, at times the workshops were very detailed and there was a lot of information, but you all really jumped on board and saw it as an important part to move forward as a city. So yes, all those in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
And is there anyone opposed to adopting the strategy? Perfect. I'll have that carried unanimously, please, Suad, if that's all right. Thank you very much. And we will move on to too much water, and I think we can have a break after that, if that's okay. Now we've got Ben and Kataraina next for too much water. I'll move this just as a heads up. Who would like to second? Councillor Cooper. And now we have added, I've had a bit of feedback from a couple of people over the week, and also an email from a councillor today, Kathy, just around the language of too much water. The policy is too much water. It's a catch-all statement, basically for a whole lot of things that involve too much water. But I think we've given permission under C for a bit of change to the language where it says too much water events and things like that that may technically not be grammatically correct. So there'll be change to, I can't see the final word there, Suad. I can't remember what we had in the email, but anyway, you can read that. It just effectively means that the strategy can be changed a bit after we pass it, just to change the language so it's a bit more accurate. But Kataraina, oh, there we go. It'll start referring more to water-related impacts of climate change instead of too much water events. Cool. Okay, we have Ben that's leading this, Ben Brooks and Kataraina, and then we'll go to you for the presentation or the discussion. Sorry, thank you.
Kia ora, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I've also got McLean Grindle, who I just want to acknowledge is here as well and did a lot of the work producing this and also responding to your feedback. And it's also noting and apologising. So recommendation B was originally would say we would report back in May 22. That's the error, so it's been corrected as well to be May 2023. So this policy brings together a range of existing council positions into a new consolidated form. It clearly articulates Council's current approach, and it will better prepare Council and the community to respond to too much water events. And I'll continue to use that phrase until we come up with something new, but noting that there has been some feedback on that. So briefly, the statements of current direction affirm that Council focuses on Auckland's long-term future without locking us into an unsustainable commitments. It ensures that Council fulfills its leadership role and responsibility as a unitary authority, and it ensures that we take a consistent, planned and equitable approach to too much water events and risks. We are seeking approval of the current directions because although these are statements are not statements of new policy, they do respond to significant public policy issues, so we're bringing it to councillors for approval. These statements were workshopped with councillors in February, and the new version reflects the feedback we've received. And in addition, we have been working with our communications team to develop an Our Auckland release on the statements, and we're also developing a case study for responding to queries from the public on issues in this area. And as the project develops further, we'll be producing additional communication and engagement with the public. So we will continue to develop an adaptive decision pathways blueprint, and we will report this back to councillors in May 2023. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Happy to take any questions.
Kia ora, Ben, and thank you also to McLean, who has been there throughout. So sorry, didn't mean to not include you at the beginning. We have a question first up. I think I can see just Councillor Newman.
Good morning and thank you. So I look at too much water as you'll know when you get too much water when you have a significant rain event and the water can't drain away. How does this particular document talk to the planning and consenting framework that applies, particularly in this new permissive planning environment where developments can be largely permitted unless there are very exceptional circumstances that don't permit it, so as to ensure that those new developments are the neutrality of the stormwater that comes from those developments, hydrological neutrality. That's a key fundamental planning principle. It needs to ensure that new developments effectively can mitigate the stormwater effects. If they don't mitigate stormwater effects, you have too much water in your backyard, in your living room, etc. And I can see more and more and more of that happening. I can see the value of planning and of strategy and vision statements, but what I can't see is how this is going to be talking to the planning framework that's going to determine whether these new infill housing subdivisions are permissible, but neutral in terms of stormwater effects. So can you please give me some indication as to how the two marry up?
Kia ora, Councillor Newman. I think also you raised some similar issues in the workshop around stormwater. So I just step back to just remind us that this is a statement of our current role and responsibilities. So those are set out on page 7, and we have identified within that some of the challenges and constraints that exist within our current roles and responsibilities, and you're referring to those that currently exist in our Resource Management Act functions. And so this doesn't solve that. It states that those are issues and constraints and challenges we currently deal with, but also, given your feedback last time, we also put in, we had not put in our role as advocates, and some of those things we can advocate to government for. And so those constraints and challenges that are identifying have been identified, but this doesn't change that. It acknowledges those challenges and constraints on the current role.
Yeah, follow-up. I guess what I'd like to know, Chair, and whether it's Katarina or if it's Megan or His Worship that's addressing this, hydrological neutrality in relation to stormwater is absolutely crucial. You need to be able to contain stormwater effects of your development so it doesn't affect your neighbours adversely. In the environment of climate change, it seems to me that the principle of hydrological neutrality is being lost because we need to get more housing in. And then you say that to ministers, they say, well, local government needs to go and retrofit the infrastructure in place, but of course we can't do that. So how is this matter being received by central government beyond them basically saying, well, local government needs to get on with the infrastructure, but it doesn't do that, and local government's a problem? Because I don't want to continue to try and work in good faith around all these strategies and visions, only to discover that the expectation is on us to fund the fixes, but for which we don't have control of the trying to manage the problem for which we're supposed to fix.
Kia ora, Councillor. Through the chair, I'll take that. Look, again, I'm not going to be able to answer that appropriately for you or give you a certainty. It is absolutely an issue. I know through the resource management reform process, for example, this issue's not, to my knowledge, been raised specifically, but the matters of who funds what and what the kind of minimum limits or impacts are is definitely being discussed. There's a role here from both central government but also local government, because of course we could change the unitary plan, we could do things within our regulatory role which would make this better or worse or greater or lesser. So there are some decisions that we could make around this should we so wish. But we've also, on top of that, of course, at the moment got the RN reform, which may also make this easier or harder to do, again, depending on that framework we get. So I guess I just want to assure you again that it's front of mind for me. I understand exactly what you're saying. I don't have an answer now. The work that Kat and the team will do over the next year, I think will help it, but I suspect we won't get a solution immediately. There are a few parties involved in this one. Kat, happy if you had any other comments.
We just wanted to acknowledge that is, Megan's talked about, it's not an issue that's being raised hugely at the moment, which is why we've put it as when we have seeming conflicts between national direction or national policy statements and standards, where you're doing one thing and it's having adverse effects on something else you're trying to manage. So at this stage, we picked up that concern, picked it up as an advocacy item, and we'll need to work on that, but we don't have the fix inside the RMA given the reforms at the moment.
Thank you, both Megan and Kat, and thank you, Councillor Newman, and yes, I will get you to comment at the time. I guess just to follow up to that, Megan, is there any work being done on what we can put in the plan changes legally in relation to this, that we are the plan changes that we're doing in response to the government? Is there anything that we can add, or is it just sort of outside of our ability right now around stormwater detention, retention?
Yes. At the moment, in terms of the work we're doing around the National Policy Statement for Urban Development, so that's our big plan change that we're heading into for that August notification date. That is, I was going to say narrow, it's not narrow, but it's quite defined to that NPSUD, and we just don't have the staff or ability to go beyond that at the moment. So the answer is no in relation to that. We have been doing work, if you remember the conversations you've just had around water strategy, and over the last 18 months or so, we have been doing work around plan changes, or certainly evidence gathering and opportunities to improve the use of detention and retention tanks. So there is a little bit of work we've done there. I'm happy maybe to perhaps provide a bit of an update for you on that. I'm not quite across exactly where we've got to there. That may not need unitary plan or legislation change. That can be other things we can do there. So maybe if I could give you a heads up on that retention, detention issue might be useful.
Yeah, and I know it's not the whole picture of what Councillor Newman's speaking about, but I think it would go some way to at least giving us confidence there is some ability to do something in the short term. The next question, IMSB member Karen Wilson.
Kia ora. Thank you very much for the presentation. I'm just looking at clarity by way of a question. I guess I'll moot it in that manner. So in the MIS in para 34, it notes, well, actually I was reading it, and I I couldn't understand necessarily what that means. Building on existing policy and legislative requirements that were subject to engagement with foundational for future work. Can you indicate what that means or what the approach is, or is that still in development?
Kia ora, Member Wilson. Just in reference to paragraph 34, what the statement does is reflect a number of pieces of work already undertaken, like Te Tāruki a Tāwhiri and Te Mauri o Te Wai. We're just recognising that this is a statement that pulls together existing work, and that there's been some fantastic engagement, as you identified, for Te Mauri o Te Wai, and that future work from this, like the blueprint for 2023, needs to build from that. And it needs to keep incorporating mātauranga Māori as, you know, a key framework for all future work around adaptive pathways. And also, you know, we need to keep rechecking with the schedule of issues of significance to make sure we're taking up those opportunities identified in there to incorporate those values and issues identified into the work. So that's just what that paragraph's identifying.
Thank you. So in identifying that, would your next piece of work, what is the approach? I guess what's the formality around identifying something?
Yep. So one of the things we will be looking at is all the foundational insights that have come through from the shoreline adaptation work that's in the next item, the information from Māori and mana whenua that's come through Te Tāruki a Tāwhiri, and through Te Mauri o Te Wai, to make sure that that's a base where Māori iwi aren't having to repeat themselves, and we're drawing insights from that, so when we engage, we're not getting everyone to repeat everything, and so they're able to contextualise where this fits within the other work. But it also means that we'll be looking at the adaptive pathways, so that's what the next piece of work is, and looking at, you know, mātauranga Māori frameworks for adaptive pathways, such as, you know, ki uta ki tai, or kia whakatōmuri te haere whakamua, you know, looking at those concepts of pathways and how mātauranga Māori as a framework can fit within those, and talking with iwi about how they want them expressed. Some of that is expressed in the water strategy and Te Tāruki. It's about not duplicating.
Thank you. If I may, Mr. Chair, I've just got a second question. Is that okay?
Yes, of course. Yes.
So that's good, and I'm hoping that when next this comes before us, we'll see the evidence of drawing different pieces of kōrero, because that's what we're all looking at, the integration component. So I'll leave that one there if I can, and wait for the next. Then, as you start talking about developing adaptive pathways and embedding mātauranga Māori, knowing that it varies between individual iwi, what is the thinking around that, please?
So one of the things the future path will need to take is make sure there are opportunities for that to be incorporated, and then talking with mana whenua around how they think they want to do that. You know, their view of how that gets incorporated spatially over time, with hapu, with whānau, with individuals. So it really is about, you know, those conversations about that. But the pathways need to make sure the framework accommodates that, makes that a core part of it.
Yeah. So just to say, adaptive pathways is a bit of pioneering work. It'd be really good to see how that's formalised in a written form, so it's clearly evident. So thank you for those answers, and I look forward to.
Just make one comment though. So like our maramataka is an adaptive pathway in a way. Some of the Māori concepts of ki uta ki tai, which incorporate past, present, future, you know, over time, integrated amongst people, amongst catchments. When you think of those concepts in a broad term, they are built-in adaptive pathways. And so sometimes when we think about that, because everyone thinks they're new, sometimes when you look at tikanga or mataranga Māori or maramataka, they're actually built-in adaptive pathways and adaptive ways of thinking, which, you know, combine past, present, future. So I suppose that's what we're saying when we're looking at that, is we already have some of those big, broad concepts that are adaptive pathways if you look to mātauranga Māori.
So just lastly, thank you for that. I could sit here and talk all meeting, but nobody else on here would wish to listen to me and you, or anyone for that matter.
We all would.
So therefore, I take it as read. I guess I'm just looking, you know, because it's an important duty for us all to ensure that it's integrated well into the mahi that we do, which in this case is the Environment Committee. So I guess I'm just looking for something a lot more obvious for the next report. But thank you for your work.
Kia ora, Member Wilson, and I had similar questions in the pre-agenda when I saw the report, and also said to Katarina that you would likely have these questions. So I had the very good answer twice now from Katarina and team. So thank you for bringing those forward in the public forums, Member Wilson. As always, thank you. We have Councillor Walker, Pātai.
Sure. So I'm struggling to grapple with what we're doing here. I read the first point, which says approve the too much water statement as an accurate representation of Auckland Council's current role and direction. So when I read that, and I'm aware of a number of things, and I'll just run those things past you that I regard as an accurate representation, correct me if I'm wrong. We're not doing any monitoring and enforcement of impervious surface area, as far as I know. If we are, please advise. We are continuing to approve massive subdivisions in areas that are highly likely to be subject to inundation. Areas like Jury, for example, and there are any number of low-lying areas across Auckland that are going to be subject to flooding. And we know that there are many thousands of households that are subject to flooding of habitable areas now, and we are enlarging that circumstance, that we are not taking account of cumulative effects in our planning, and as a consequence that is impacting on the risk that we face. And I could go on. If that is actually the circumstance, and I would also suggest that an accurate representation of climate change is well out of date. Currently, as we speak, across the Tasman, we see, I think, a 1 in 500 year or even more than that event that has taken place across a significant swathe of urban landscape. If we had something like that across our geography, the impact would be nothing short of devastating. And that is the climate change reality that is evidenced now across many parts of the planet. So my question is,
okay, thank you.
So my question is, and I have reiterated it, is this an accurate representation of our state in terms of what we are doing in terms of direction, and in particular not doing by way of direction? And does this significantly highlight, I would suggest, the massive risks that we face, particularly if there was a test of an event where our current measures that go to detention and retention simply do not work? So is this accurate? That's my question.
Kia ora, Councillor. So many of the issues that you have raised are reflected in some ways on page 7 in terms of we are playing multiple roles. We are not the only decision maker on those roles. We work within constraints and challenges in terms of the legislation we're working under. You know, courts and others are making decisions. National policy statements and standards are driving what we have to do. And so BAS document acknowledges those current roles, its challenges and its constraints. So it doesn't go into all of those in detail, but it does acknowledge the different roles we undertake and some of the things we have to do and some of the constraints in that. So I suppose it's an acknowledgement that we're often receiving national direction, and this acknowledges that.
So just going back to my part question around our monitoring and enforcement of impervious surface areas, isn't that relevant?
So that is a role that we undertake, yes.
And
this doesn't document every issue we have with every role we undertake. It's tried to identify some of the major challenges and constraints.
So my question around that is, if we're not doing that, should we not state that?
I'd have to talk, sorry, I don't have the detail from what current enforcement is being undertaken in that area. I can go and talk to Craig Hobbs, but that's not one of the real constraints that came through this process.
I'll reserve my right to speak, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Thank you, Kat. Councillor Stewart, question, Pātai.
Thank you. Okay, so that's a bit of a question. So we've got too much water, a statement for Auckland Council and current direction of where to. So this is all about improving and understanding the roles and responsibilities between central government and local government, insurance, social services and private individuals. Well, I'd just like to remind you, and it is going to be a bit of a question later on, back in 2013, when we were voting on the unitary plan, I can remember commenting on far too many water events. That was back in the early 2000s, and that was under Manukau City Council and the leadership of the wonderful Sir Barry Curtis and the initiation of, from me, we had a moratorium that was in parts of Howick and Pakuranga that were known to have flooding issues whenever we had an extreme weather event. And so we've been having extreme weather events for a long, long time. And as Councillor Walker just commented, it looks like we're not even having more extreme.
Stuart,
I'm just going to speak, and I am asking questions because I tell you what, I've been listening all morning to everybody thanking this one and thanking that one. I'd like to thank this one and that one. So I'd just like to put my case ahead, if I may. I don't speak very often, and I did ask. So was it too much water? So I did put it as a question. So really the question is, do we have the tools, as I have been told by John Duguid a number of years ago, because I've been going on about this for a long time, that the unitary plan does have the tools to stop infill housing in areas that we know that we have these situations, and it doesn't appear that we're using it. So we're saying too much water. What can we do about it? And council and central government, insurance, everybody needs to be part of this. But for what I can see, we're just going round and round in circles, and we're not actually achieving anything. Thank you. Somebody can answer that question.
Kia ora, through the chair, I'm happy to take that. Thank you, Councillor Stewart, for your question. I think you've raised this a number of times, and I know that John and others have worked with you and gone out even on site to discuss it. So I'm not sure there's going to be anything else I can say that they haven't already said to you. In broad terms, yes, the unitary plan, under the RMA, we do have powers where we can restrict where development occurs. The fact that there is sometimes a flooding event or too much water is not necessarily under an effects-based regime, which is the RMA, doesn't necessarily mean that you cannot develop there. It's how you design the development so that it doesn't affect habitable rooms. But I'm wondering, Mr. Chair, I'm not sure I can go into too much more detail at this point. Again, if Councillor Stewart wants to take this further, I'm happy to connect her with John and continue the conversation. Thanks.
Well, that's good. Thank you for that. But I think it's almost time for the insurance councils to come out and have a look at some of these areas that we're talking about. I'd like to show them.
Thank you, Councillor. And I think, yeah, you've been very clear on these questions and comments, and happy for Megan to give you some more advice on that crucial issue. Deputy Mayor Bill Cashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excuse me for not putting my camera on. I would like to have pigeons fall out of the sky if I do that and disappear to face the earth. So, Katarina, and thank you for the work. Thank you. It's challenging stuff because this is going to be a work program. I've seen it as going forward, different iterations of it. At some point, I imagine we'll be saying, you know, this is what council will be responsible for. The Crown has primacy, so we can't change what they put through legislation. So we have to do that after we've advocated or made submissions on what they're proposing. But what they pass is primacy, and we have to then follow the directions. Intensification in urban areas is one point that's obviously challenging, and Councillor Stewart's right, she has some massive flooding issues in parts of her ward. But we also have situations in rural areas where you get big flood events and neighbouring properties, especially forestry blocks actually, they end up dumping huge volumes of materials over a whole bunch of little lifestyle blocks further downstream who have no capacity or capability to clean that up. So I imagine as part of this work, my question is, Katarina, will we be saying who is responsible for what as part of this work, or will it be done on a case-by-case basis?
Kia ora, Councillor Cashmore. That there will be options that will come to council. So you've rightly pitched that when things occur, people become then more interested in our service provider role. You know, will we be a service provider of flood protection schemes? Will we be a service provider where we help clean up damage, or we have pre-funding pools for recovery of events in the future, but like our superannuation fund is a pre-coverage for our ageing population. So they end up, while we have limitations as a regulator, which Councillor Newman, Councillor Walker and Councillor Stewart have identified, most Aucklanders also want to know, well, what services will you provide me? What will I have to do on my property myself? And what will you do for the community? And that is the part where decisions will need to be made that are fair both across the region, across generations, and across different types of people and land holdings. So, you know, there's property owners, but then there's property owners who are also a business. So when flooding affects them, it affects their income as well as their property. It's the same with farms. It's affecting both the physical property and the farm. So those are what the big issues that Aucklanders want to know. What will you do? What will we do as a collective pool?
Thanks, Katarina. You're absolutely correct. As soon as something goes wrong, everyone puts their hand out and screams for council to go and fix it. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that piece of work. Hopefully it'll be done in the not too distant future. And we will have to have some fairness and equity right across the region around this piece, so that it's clear and evidently fair to everybody, but who carries the can for what. So thanks for your work. Looking forward to it. Cheers.
Kia ora.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. And I think that's all for questions. So we'll go, thanks to the staff for all your answers, and we will let you turn off your screens and get a cup of tea. But yeah, thank you for that. It's complicated, and largely you're trying to bring everything together that we currently do, and that often we end up in a reactionary kind of space, and you're trying to get us in a proactive space. So thank you for that. So comment if you don't mind, Councillor Walker. I'll just go to Councillor Cooper first because she has to leave at midday. So I'll just skip to Councillor Cooper and then go Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to commend the staff for this work. And I mean, look, it hasn't got all the answers, this, but it certainly is a position statement. And that's what's really important, because what's been missing is no one really knowing who's responsible, no one really knowing who pays. We get into this, that word moral hazard is a really good word, because, you know, you often making these decisions when it is reactive, we kind of get forced into certain, I guess, decisions that we might not normally make if we were able to plan, or we'd had set out what our responsibility is, but also had a conversation with the public that, look, you know, things are changing, the natural hazards are going to get worse. And so if we are building in these areas, is it right to keep doing that? We need to keep talking about this, and we need to kind of set up where we are now and grow from there. Because I think that, as we see, there are so many more natural hazards that will occur, and I don't think anyone's really ready for them. So we have to take some leadership in stating where we're at this point. And we cannot, you know, we are in a bit of a cleft stick, as the Deputy Mayor said. We're stuck by legislation. We don't know what's coming, but we've got to set out our statement now and start this conversation. So thank you for all the work. And I support us being brave enough to start having this conversation. And I'll have to leave now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper, and thank you for your comments as always. And we will see you sometime soon. Good luck with your council event. So sorry, Councillor Walker, I accidentally missed off Councillor Newman, and sorry about that, Daniel. So Councillor Newman, if you want to go ahead of Councillor Walker.
Thanks so much. I don't mind deferring to Wayne, but look, there is so much moral hazard that you know, ultimately falls on, you know, people saying, well, the council needs to fix it. I can't believe how many requests I get, which are clearly beyond the scope of local government, but we seem to be the you know, the last man standing to fix all problems in life. But in relation to too much water, and just digressing, if I may, Chair, I think that I really appreciate what Kat has tried to pick up the issues that I've raised. But if there's one thing that I really believe needs to form the basis of advocacy for too much water, it is in advocacy to central government and the RM reforms. And there's two things that, and I'm happy to put them in writing, but just to convey, if officers are listening, there's two things that too much water need to reiterate to MFE, who I assume are holding the pen on resource management reforms in the too much, you know, in relation to too much water. And that is that any changes to the Resource Management Act need to entrench the requirement for new residential and commercial, but primarily residential subdivisions, including infill subdivisions, to ensure hydrological neutrality, i.e. that a development needs to basically be able to prove how it will mitigate its own stormwater effects. That's number one. And number two, we need to, through our too much water advocacy to central government in the RM space, require that the Resource Management Act reforms allow for consenting authorities such as Auckland Council to be able to consider the cumulative effects of stormwater and to be able to object to the applications for consents when the cumulative effects of stormwater in that catchment are such that it is more than minor and that there is a significant risk of flooding. And I say this in particular, noting that under Three Waters reform, we're not going to, in theory, be responsible for stormwater because that goes off to this new entity, but we are the regulatory authority, and therefore we should have an absolute interest in ensuring that if we're not the owner and we're not the funder of the stormwater infrastructure, that we can require it as part of our consideration as to cumulative effects. And if I can conclude, Chair, I think before you know, Kat and her team try and write any policy material for central government, you know, noting that they are the policy analysts for council, it is quite possible for them to be able to have conversations with Healthy Waters with a view to getting the case study material for every single subdivision the last 5 years where Healthy Waters knew that the subdivision would likely to have a significant effect in terms of compromising our stormwater network, raised concern, but the development of the subdivision was still consented anyway. So we have the information within the council, within the Healthy Waters team, that should be able to prove time and time again the case studies that have been raised by Councillor Stewart in particular and by other people, but Sharon has really led on this, that needs to form the basis for our arguments to central government around too much water. So I'd like us to see the requirement to entrench hydrological neutrality, and I'd also like the consenting authority, in this case being Auckland Council, being able to consider cumulative effects as a consideration when considering these applications, noting what we already are aware of in relation to increased stormwater flooding as a result of two things: one, climate change, and two, the move from permeable to non-permeable surfaces. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor Newman. Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Sure, Mr. Chair. I understand in part why this item has been put up. Having said that, I do not believe, first of all, that it's an accurate representation. That's point one. And under point 5, in terms of the council fulfilling its leadership role and responsibility as a unitary authority in response to too much water events, I don't agree with that. That goes further to the comments that Councillor Newman and Councillor Stewart have made, and further takes a consistent, planned and equitable response to too much water risks and events. I take issue with that. So my suggestion, Mr. Chair, is that it would be very useful to test this circumstance, and let's say there's a worst case scenario that is a stormwater event the like, or a storm event the likes of what they're experiencing in parts of Australia, to varying degrees. What does that look like in terms of what's being portrayed here, in terms of risks and accountabilities and what we could and should have been doing and are not? Without that, this frankly is a lot of talk. And certainly in terms of anybody out there being able to comprehend it, I don't think adequately portrays it. So what actually happens in an event? And we will have an event of high order magnitude at some point in the future, and that future is looming ever closer. And I bring to your attention the things that we could and should be doing under the RMA, like monitoring and enforcement, and as it goes to an impervious surface areas, that to my knowledge we're not doing anything about whatever. And the approval of consents, as Councillor Newman and Councillor Stewart have made in many locations where it is known that they will be subject to inundation and the massive cost attached to that. So I'll be voting against this, Mr. Chair, because I do not think it's an accurate representation to the extent that it would need to be. And I think at a point in time when we do have a storm event and people look back at meetings like this and they look back at, you know, what was put up to us, they'll really say, well, what were these people doing? Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Kia ora, Councillor Walker. And Councillor Stewart, you know, I apologise for, I just wanted to make sure you're getting question and comments in this, if you'd like to continue the comments that you were speaking, please let me know if you'd like to speak.
No, that's okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stewart. And yes, just want to acknowledge the team that this is largely trying to pull everything together that we are and aren't doing, as many councillors would say. And in Councillor Stewart's point, it does seem that we need this to guide us and understand where exactly we can change things and what we can do going forward, because I think that is the confusion for the public, most definitely, when they see things that just don't make sense, that council are having to approve resource consents in places which are clearly not fit for purpose, but we are hamstrung by the RMA. And we do hope that the central government changes and the adaptation policies will help change that direction. We have spoken a lot about flooding specifically in this discussion, but this too much water statement is also around the coastal erosion, which we will talk a bit more about under the next item. But that's also as crucial. People do wonder why or how we are letting developments happen right on the coastline when our plans say that they'll be underwater within 20 or 30 years, let alone 50. And as Councillor Walker and others have said, when you've got issues like we've seen in Australia at the moment, or the Northwest a few months ago, that this can be underwater within a year. So yeah, I think there are massive issues that we are trying to grapple with, but we don't have the tools, or we legally can't enact the tools we think we have because of the way and the powers we do have or don't have. So I think this is a really good start, bringing it all together. But I think it'll give us and the public a lot more answers when we have it all come together, and maybe the way forward on advocating or being able to enact those changes. I was rounding up there, but I'll just get. I see that Councillor Sayers has put his comment forward. So just last comment from Councillor Sayers, and then we will go to the vote.
Yeah, thank you, Richard. Look, just picking up on your point there, just endorsing your last comments, Richard. I wasn't going to comment, but I endorse what you've said. It's not only water, it's also, I guess, traffic, and cars as the intensification in Auckland opens up for housing. It's not just the water supply, but also the effect of traffic on communities and traffic congestion, and therefore their emissions. So it's a difficult situation that the council finds itself in. It has to process it as a regulatory body, but and within the rules of our own planning and zoning requirements. But yeah, I'm not quite sure what the answer is there, Richard. But is a concern, and if we can address it somehow, is important. But I just want to bring up that it's not only water but also traffic.
Kia ora. Thank you, Councillor Sayers. Right, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
And anyone who would like anyone who is opposed?
Yes, I'm opposed. Thank you.
And you'd like that recorded, Councillor Stewart, Councillor Walker?
Yes, please.
Cool. Thank you both. Right, and now we will. Don't know if it's quite lunchtime yet. We might have a 10-minute. Wait, I'll just ask Suad. Do you think it makes sense to go to lunch now, Suad, for half an hour?
I think that's a yes.
It's entirely up to you, Chair. Maybe we have that break now.
Yeah. Okay.
Then we can get through the other items after.
Yeah, I thought we'd finish a little bit earlier and we could have had a 10-minute and come back for lunch at 1. But if everyone's okay with that, to have an early lunch, we'll come back at 20 to 1. So sorry about the staff that were waiting to go to the next item, but rather than having a 10-minute and coming back and forth, we'll have our lunch now. So see you in half an hour, everyone. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Richard.
for jumping to lunch first, but I hope you all had a bit of a break and didn't continue to work through. So Paul has told me that Ross and Tracy will be leading off on this, but please introduce yourselves and each other if that's not the case. We have a presentation. If we could wait till after the presentation for questions, but please write them in the chat. Awesome. Kia ora, everyone.
Kia ora, thank you very much. I'm Ross Roberts, Head of Engineering Resilience in the Resilient Land and Coast Department. And on the call today, we have Paul Clannock, General Manager of Resilient Land and Coasts. And giving the presentation today will be Natasha Carpenter and Tracy Howe. Natasha is the Coastal Practice Lead and is the project sponsor for the shoreline adaptation plans. And Tracy is our Principal Natural Hazards Specialist and has taken a lead role in developing the Whangaparo shoreline adaptation plan. Today they'll be representing a large team from across the council family and beyond that's worked collaboratively to develop this plan. And that includes representatives from community facilities, parks, sports and recreation, healthy waters, Auckland Transport and Watercare. Before we start, I'd like to extend my thanks to Councillors Watson and Walker and the members of the Whiskers and Bays Local Board, and in particular the Chair Gary Brown and Member Janet Fitzgerald for their engagement throughout this process. I'd also like to thank the Mana Whenua groups and members of the local community who were involved throughout to guide this project. It's been vastly improved by all the help that they've given us. And with that, I will pass over to Tracy, who will take you through the presentation, and then the four of us will be available for questions at the end.
Thanks, Ross. Hi, everyone. So I'll be taking you through the kind of regional context first for shoreline adaptation plans and why we require them. And then I'll be taking you through the Whangaparo pilot, which is the first shoreline adaptation plan to be completed for the Auckland region. The shoreline adaptation plans work program will be covering the entire coastline of Auckland, which is about 3,200 kilometers over the next 3 to 5 years. But we're looking forward to getting completion of the pilot. So shoreline adaptation plans, what they are basically adaptive plans that help us as council understand what we need to be doing for the public land and assets in coastal areas to adapt to the impacts of coastal hazards and climate change. So these plans really focus on 3 major hazards. Those are coastal erosion, coastal inundation, which is the flooding of low-lying coastal land, usually during storm events, and also rainfall flooding, which is obviously the flooding from big rainfall events. All of these hazards are going to be increasing because of climate change. Now, as you'll see from the plot on the left-hand side, climate change is an evolving space that depends on what we do and manage to do in the mitigation aspects. But even if we do manage to get down to 0, say tomorrow, we will still have to adapt to the impacts are coming. So what we are doing is planning for the worst case scenario. That is currently the RCP 8.5 scenario. But that is quite a good thing to plan to because it allows us basically flexibility. If there's less impacts, we'll be able to dial down our response, and we're essentially going to be prepared for what can be coming in the future. These plans are developed in the spirit of partnership with Mana Whenua. They are also one of the climate adaptation work streams under Te Tarukia Tawhiri, Auckland's climate plan. As part of the climate plan, we give effect to Te Ora, which is the Maori wellbeing framework put together under the climate plan. And they involve a whole series of Mana Whenua engagement at different levels. So we've been working at the regional level with the Infrastructure and Environmental Services Mana Whenua Forum. We've also then been dealing with local iwi on the pilot plan itself. So the iwi who indicated they would like to be involved on Whangaparoa. And then one of the things that came out of the development of the pilot is the need to also have governance discussions at the Mana Whenua Governance Forum, and we just recently went to Te Potaio to have those discussions. Out of our regional engagement, we have received some guiding principles from Mana Whenua, and they really focus on the need to understand that we are part of the natural environment and that actually naturalizing the coastline and supporting that is going to be one of the big ways in which we can adapt to climate change and mitigate our risk. As I mentioned, these plans focus on the public land and assets. There's reasons for that are related mostly to the ongoing RMA reform, the National Climate Change Act, and all the other bits and pieces that are going to be coming out in the future. but we are working with plans in places on plan change that we can do related to hazards at the moment. But in terms of what public land and asset means, that's all of our reserve areas, our public beaches, our local and regional parks, and all of the assets that support them. Now, as I mentioned, these plans focus very much on these 3 hazards listed here. But the way that we look at that is we do an exposure assessment. So we essentially take the mapping of these hazards, including how they're expected to increase because of climate change, and look at what is going to be impacted by those hazards. And that tells us very much the areas that are at risk now and the areas that will be at risk in the future. And that is how we determine where we need to be adapting and what we need to be adapting to. In terms of adapting, we really work to 4 key strategies. So these are the adaptation strategies that we choose between. And no active intervention is our first one. That essentially means that we don't have to do anything in this area because we can allow the natural environment to take its course. That strategy makes sense in an area where we don't have a lot of things of value, or in a place like a regional park where it is a natural environment and therefore there is space to do that. Limited intervention is where we need to take some steps to support the natural environment or to maintain what's there. And hold the line is, of course, where we decide we need to fix the coastal edge. This can be done through nature-based options or through hard structures. And the last and final one is called mandatory alignment, where this is really an indication that the risk is much too high and we need to start moving things back out of the hazard zones. So that's the regional context. For Whangaparoa, what's involved in these plans, we obviously have our mana whenua engagement, which is a key component. We also have engagement with the local community because they are the ones who really use and access these spaces that we're planning for. And of course, our technical work stream, which is where we talk to all the asset owners who own things within these areas. And the way that this works is we take the area of coastline that we're looking at, in this case, the Whangaparoa Peninsula, and we break it down into coastal stretches. Now, these are areas of the coast that are changing because of different coastal processes or because of what's there. And we then go through bringing all of the values that we've learned through the engagement work streams and all of the risk impacts that we have from our assessments and our technical work stream together to make some decisions about what we propose to be the strategy over the short, medium, and long term for each one of these stretches. And the bottom plot really shows a graph of, that's the Red Beach area, of what that looks like. So in that area, we're proposing those strategies over the short, medium, and long term. And you can see that that means they change for different areas over time. Now, if you look at Whangaparoa for a whole, what was quite interesting is most of Whangaparoa can be managed with very little intervention. However, there are areas where the risk is going to be increasing and we need to realign out of those hazard zones. There are also areas due to critical infrastructure, we need to hold the line. And in the case of Whangaparoa, that one area was to support a road, another is to support the marina that services the ferry, those kind of decision-making processes. The big outcome of the shoreline plan for Whangaparoa is really getting an understanding that some of our best defenses to climate change, particularly in coastal areas, are actually the natural environments that are there. And so looking at the ways that we can support and continue to develop those areas and allow them space is a big priority for actually adapting to some of these future impacts. Also, a recognition that there are some areas in the future where the risk will be escalating and it will be much too high to consider being sustainable, and we need to start thinking about moving things back out of those areas. The erosion zone is kind of a prime candidate for that kind of response. In some cases, flooding is another risk where we will be actually actively managing to realign. Cultural heritage is obviously a big issue on the coast. There are many sites that are coastal, and understanding how we can get a better understanding of where those sites are at and what we can do is some ongoing work with the heritage team. Of course, mana whenua are partners on this project, but we'll continue to be partner on all the implementation aspects of this plan. And talk a little bit about the implementation aspects, I'm going to hand you over to Natasha.
Thank you, Tracy. Yeah, so thanks for your time. We just wanted to finish off with a bit about how we'll be implementing the plans going forward if the Whangaparoa pilot is adopted today. So as we've said, these plans have been developed collaboratively across the council family and more broadly with our CCOs. And this has really set the tone for how we'll continue with that implementation. So taking this forward into, Tracy, if you could just flick the slide slightly. Thank you. So incorporating those high-level strategies across all of our other key documents and plans across council, including our reserve management plans, our open space management plans, our regional parks management plans and the like. So we'll essentially be working through this implementation alongside the wider rollout of the shoreline adaptation plans across the whole region. Okay, next slide, please. So at a local scale as to what this means for Whangaparoa, it's really around implementation through business as usual at 3 different levels. So at the highest level, it's really looking at how we can develop our implementation and monitoring framework and building on the current information that my team already collects around our beach monitoring and what the current state of our beaches and where operational management is needed will continue. And some of our coastal asset condition assessments to understand what condition our coastal structures, coastal defences are in. This information will feed through into Tier 2, which is really our asset management piece. So taking that information and developing that into our asset management plans, particularly for our coastal structures. So understanding the levels of service and design life of those and how we can use that in conjunction with the high-level strategies of the SAPs to develop those signals and triggers and the dynamic adaptive pathways policy approach into our future asset management. And then finally at the 3rd tier, that's where that feeds down into our work programs, so particularly our operational maintenance for our coastal structures and our more significant maintenance and new structures that may be required through the CapEx renewal. And that's where a lot of the detail of the high-level adaptation strategies will feed through into what some of those options actually look like, particularly around the hold-the-line approaches. So you'll do the site-specific assessments, understand the option feasibility and the costings before you move towards a preferred solution for any of those. And as this process is going through, obviously we'll be reflecting on this in our future LTP budget allocations to make sure that we can provide for this. And final slide. At a regional level, the SAPs sit as quite an umbrella document, providing that high-level strategy across Auckland and are really heavily guided by what we have at the current RMA, the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement and the Auckland Unitary Plan, and are also really quite pivotal in our sort of application of the Ministry for the Environment, Coastal Hazards and Climate Change guidance document for local government. So as we take these forward, once we've completed all 16 of those shoreline adaptation plans across all 3,200 kilometres of our coast, we'll be combining this with our regional coastal hazard risk assessment, which is currently underway, to really understand where our high priority areas are and develop that with yourselves into a regional prioritisation and funding schema so that we can start to understand what funding is required in the future and how we best align that to those high level strategies that have been identified for each respective area. And that will feed through into our local board plans and our local board decision making. So that was really everything that we had to cover off today. And I would just like to thank you all for your time and acknowledge that this has been quite a lengthy process since the Coastal Management Framework was originally published. So we're very excited to be here today with our first climate change adaptation strategy for the Auckland region, and thank the wider project team once again for their work, and happy to take any questions.
Kia ora, thanks Natasha and Tracy and Ross and Paul and team, and yeah, I think this is fairly momentous, and this budgets to do the whole coast, starting with Whangaparoa, because of its I guess diversity of types of coast made a lot of sense to start here, and the work and the detail is pretty phenomenal. So thank you all. I'll go to Pārtai. Oh, first of all, before I go to Member Wilson, I did ask Councillor Walker and Watson yesterday, although I've only had a chance to speak to Councillor Walker, if they would move and second this. They do not have to feel obliged, but just checking if you still want to do that. Councillor Walker and Watson? Otherwise, I'm happy to move.
Yes, happy to do that. I did indicate some reservations, but yes.
Okay, cool. Councillor Walker will move, and Councillor Watson, are you happy to second?
Yes, but I have one matter to bring up, Mr. Chair, but happy to second as it stands.
Thank you both, and I'll put you, I assume, on the questions or comment side. Pārtai from Member Karen Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for the presentation. I'd have to say my ICT yet again is letting me down, unless it's my brain that's gone blank. So you'll have to excuse me for just taking a little bit longer to recall the points that I'd noted down there. So being a significant piece of work, and we've spent some time on other items that relate to the water strategy, I guess my questions are around the consultation with mana whenua. I did hear you say partners. So in terms of the consultation, can you indicate on Mr. Chair, I have three partai. Can you indicate on your slide how that encompassed the collective view and the individual view and those that would consider themselves to have significant interests? Can you explain to me how that occurred, please?
Through the chair. So as I mentioned, there were multiple levels of mana whenua engagement on the plan. The first kind of tranche of engagement started with the INES Regional Forum. And we very much went to the regional forum with kind of an open-ended discussion around the implementation of the coastal management framework and how we could incorporate mana whenua values into understanding what we need to do for the coastline and coastal areas going forward. And that led to the development of the guiding principles, which I showed at the this slide here. And these guiding principles are for all shoreline adaptation plans across the region. Our discussions with with Ngāti Manahari governance and then also with Te Pōtaiao indicated that because of their strategic level, these plans also require kind of governance oversight from mana whenua. And they suggested that once all the shoreline adaptation plans are complete from the regional perspective, that perhaps having a Maori outcomes measurement index for the plans and how their implementation is meeting Maori aspirations would be a good thing to have going forward. And so we will continue to have that discussion with Te Pōtaiao as the plans develop. As I mentioned, the program will be taking about 3 to 5 years to go through the process. But once we get to that regional, the full picture of the regional aspects, we can work that through. In terms of the local iwi engagement, we worked with Ngāti Manahari and Ngāi Taiki Tamaki. They were the two iwi who indicated they would like to be involved in the process of this development. And with their representatives wrote the Maori value, mana whenua value section that is in the plan, the Mataranga a Iwi section, and they gifted these particular values for coastal projects, and they also brought forth kind of 3 major themes, which are whakapapa, tāiao, and tangata honanga, and these themes were used across the decision making in the plan and were built into the adaptation strategies. Sorry, the other aspect is, of course, we do respect and align to Te Ora, which is the mana whenua value system within the climate plan. And also we have written a section around giving effect to Ki Ora, which is the Maori Performance Measurement Index that is currently in place for council.
Thank you. I suppose all I'm really indicating that it's quite a complex piece of work, especially when you're talking about a shoreline adaptation in terms of the consultation that needs to be undertaken, and it does require quite a robust, I suppose I would describe it, and then not reliant on others to tell you who's who is also probably helpful. I understand it's in a pilot. I would suggest that needs to be looked at. You identified yourself that it should operate at a governance level, and yet you've described the INES as a regional and then have only just gone across to a governance forum. I really believe in the same way the water strategy this morning went through with great celebration and excitement from a mana whenua perspective, that this could also do with some more how would I describe, cursory look at how these processes should be done, undertaken as they go from shoreline to shoreline, which will change. So what is the process that could be undertaken? I offer up absolutely any assistance that can be provided through the Secretariat at IMSB to aid you, or even Toby seems to have got himself in a really good position as to partnership with Māori. Is my first question. The other is, how will your learnings from the iwi engagement across the development of the pilot be implemented across the future shoreline adaptation plans? And can you tell me what these learnings were?
Sure, through the chair. First, I'd like to thank you for your offer. We are in the process of developing the regional plan for these for the program. So very interested to hear how we can streamline some of the Mana Whenua work streams, and more than happy to take that advice. In terms of the implementation aspects related to Mana Whenua values, within the plan itself, we did Mana Whenua wrote specific examples of what giving effect to their values actually means, and that is in the section that they wrote. In the adaptation strategy sections, I co-wrote with the iwi representatives for Whangaparoa another section on how these adaptation strategies reflect the Mana Whenua values that were put forward and what it actually means to respect particularly Taiao and Tangata Honunga within these areas. And the way that we've written the implementation section, we do indicate that future coastal projects need to, of course, involve continued Mana Whenua engagement with iwi, but also need to consider and understand not only the values that are written in the plan, but also the frameworks that need to be given effect to.
Thank you. So just to not repeat, in order to be able to do that, you need to identify the groupings, and I'm not sure that there is a system that's been identified, who will be those that you will be consulting with. So I suppose I'm just indicating to the consultation process needs to be very, very robust. And as you move around the Motu and the area, you will need to ensure that they continue. It may have seemed very easy in this case, but then again, this pilot hasn't rolled out as such. I'm signalling to you a word of caution as to how, if you're wanting partnership, how you're undertaking the consultation phase, and then more importantly, how you're integrating the component pieces of work that you're taking from other documents, including Te Tauruki a Tāwhiri, is incorporated into what you're doing here. There's a lot of linkages there that haven't obviously been seen. I'm going to leave it there for the time being because I'm assuming you're getting my point around how you're incorporating, how you're consulting, how you're doing things in different areas with different iwi who will have different values and different mātauranga Māori, how you're anticipating incorporating and integrating that into a pilot and then ultimately a document. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you, Member Wilson. Very, very good points, because it won't be and I assume with the communities as well, won't be a one-size-fits-all type approach, but very, very good points around how that, whether it's inviting, who you invite, how each part works, and then also the implementation I would manage as partnership approach for every time there's something changing on the coast that comes from this sort of benchmarked plan to begin with. Councillor Watson, questions?
Yes, okay. Yeah, a couple of questions. The first question just goes to a bit of a translation, if you don't mind. In some, and I'm taking a little bit of an interest in some of the specific coastal stretches here that appear in the plan, because I'm like Councillor Walker, familiar with the areas. There's a comment made at one point that with respect to one of the coastal stretches that, quote unquote, the future renewal of coastal stairways and access points in this area should include provision for a full coastal hazard assessment and any required risk mitigation. So I'm particularly interested in what that phrase hazard assessment and required risk mitigation means in terms of renewals.
Through the chair, I'll start part of the answer, and then I think Ross and Natasha can continue and fill in some gaps. One thing that we were aware of as we were developing the pilot is that there is quite a lot of work that is required by other teams in order to understand how we're providing services in these areas and how we can continue to provide services in these areas in a way that is resilient in the face of some of the impacts we are expecting. And one of the things that we were looking to signal in the plan is that there are, of course, particular types of assets where they need to be in hazard zones. Coastal stairways are a good example. And one of the assessments that we were indicating, and we did have discussions with the parks team about this, was around looking at the network of access points and where which are considered critical, and how we can actually understand the ways in which we can build those to be more resilient, so that they're not necessarily being, consistently destroyed and rebuilt. Ross, do you have a comment?
Thank you, Tracy. Yes, through the chair, I think it's fair to say that this is making sure we're embedding good asset management practice. It's easy sometimes to renew an asset when it fails without looking at how the hazards have changed. And in a changing climate, we need to ensure that we've considered the changes in the environment that those assets are experiencing. So this is just making sure that is flagged, really made very apparent that it needs to be considered. And it ties in really nicely with some work that Natasha and her team have done to provide guidance on how to do those hazard assessments. So we've got a consistent approach to doing the hazard assessments, making sure that we're managing the changing hazards and taking that into account in our decision-making process about renewals. Natasha, do you have anything to add to that?
Not really. I think you covered it off quite well, but I would say really it's about council walking the talk. So making sure that we do the same and that we sort of make sure that we're aware of what the future risks could be, particularly around coastal erosion and coastal inundation, so that we can plan for them and reduce the future costs and maintenance costs that we might get if we continue to place infrastructure into maybe not quite the best location, or ways that we can build the resilience where there's a requirement to be at the coast.
Okay, good. So I was glad I heard that comment and how we can build the resilience better, because along a number of these coastal stretches you've identified is that there has been a lot of renewals over the years, but the renewals have been necessitated by not having the right structure. So essentially just repeating the same form of construction for it to be destroyed by the next storm. In parts of Whangaproa now, we have some excellent structures that have been put in that weather those storm events and have not had to be renewed. In fact, are now community features, if you like, of the area. So I'm glad that's been picked up, and I think conceivably as we go across Auckland, that local voice and pinpointing what has worked, and people are in a position to compare, say, the last couple of decades, that should be valuable information that's captured. My next question, Mr. Chair, this pilot is to be commended for the extent of the consultation and the manner in which the consultation was carried out. It was very well done. However, at this point, as far as the plan goes, what intention, if any, is there to go back to the community in terms of response to the finished product? And I'll explain why I asked that after your answer.
Through the chair, I'm just going to share my screen again. So the community engagement, as you've mentioned, was fairly extensive, but what came out of the community engagement were these targeted objectives of the things that the community most value would like to see going forward. And the idea of these objectives is that all future projects in the coastal area will consider them and start to build those into the planning processes when new assets or other things come in. And so the community will start to see some of the things that they are interested in and that they value coming through as we implement the plan. In terms of going back to community, we certainly plan to do a media push so that people are aware that the plan is finished. We don't intend at this stage to do another open day, but that is always on the cards if it's recommended.
And if I can add to that, please, Tracy, through the chair, can you go to the slide where we discuss the plans that this will be implemented in? This by itself is a plan, doesn't immediately change anything. It's only when it gets put into effect into other plans that it has those direct impacts on the decisions that we make. So things like the reserve management plans. And so there will be opportunities to see how this is being implemented through those plans and the consultation that goes along those.
Final question, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, it goes to some of the recommendations in the plan, and for the most part, you know, that recommendation is no active intervention or limited intervention. So it's a largely you know, leave things as they are for the moment approach. In one particular instance, and it's a little unfair for me to pick this out because you know, such a good body of work has been done here and it has been very thorough. But in one particular instance, there's a coastal stretch that's identified, the one in Fisherman's Rock Reserve, and it has a number of observations in it that you know that are, you know, incorrect. Really, is the best way to describe that, and certainly would not be supported by the community in terms of what is said about this particular facility. What, you know, without me sort of relitigating the specifics of it here, what ability in amongst what you've said there is there for me in the first instance, and I guess the wider community, to now, you know, essentially contest, because this is one of the few areas where there is a specific recommendation in the short term that in my view is inappropriate. So, you know, notwithstanding everything else that's been done very well, there's this instance, and there might be maybe another one, or who knows, where people disagree, and there would be very strong community response if you know, if and when it becomes aware. So what do you recommend that we do in those circumstances?
Ross, do you want to? I have an answer, but I'll.
So there will be multiple opportunities to address this, and we would welcome suggestions for alternatives as well. The first thing to bear in mind is that when we say short term here, we're talking about 20 years. So this is not a document that we are going to lock for 20 years and not review. As things change, as new information becomes available, and as new hazard information becomes available, it will need to be updated. And particularly when the RMA reform comes through, that's going to have quite a significant impact on the scope of SAPs and how we deal with them. So we'll need to look at what that RMA reform says and review it at that point. And so there will be a major opportunity to give significant input at those stages. At the same time, there is the opportunity to give input when asset management plans, parks management plans, reserve management plans, and so on are put forward. And if you think that that is not adequate and that there is an extra round of consultation that is required on this, we'd welcome that suggestion, that feedback, because this is a pilot and we are learning as we go the best way to implement it.
Okay, thanks. That's a good answer, and I will take you up and that offer, because you know there's been some sterling work done here, but I think there are a couple of other things that can be refined, and particularly in the instance I'm thinking of, that will be useful as we take this across the region as a whole. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Good questions, and thanks to staff for those answers. And now, Councillor Walker, you did indicate you had on the phone to me that you had some questions, or would you prefer to save those for comments?
No, I'm happy to ask them by way of questions. I guess I've got a few fairly simple questions that are just clarifications. They're pretty obvious. The first one is really just to clarify, and I think it is obvious, that this study only applies to council assets around the shoreline. It doesn't cover off any impacts on private property, even when that private property is directly behind the council asset. That's correct, isn't it? Sure. And then in terms of Whangaparoa, even though Whangaparoa Bay actually covers off Orewa, which is part of the overall complex, Orewa is not included in the scope, or the Orewa estuary, which impacts on Red Beach, which is part of the scope. That's correct, isn't it?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
Sure. So I've just got a question here, and it goes to the basis of this comment where it says in point 8, most of Whangaparoa's shoreline areas can be managed over the next 100 years. So that's 100 years from now, with little or no active intervention. And my question goes to this. Given the magnitude of storm events globally that are escalating dramatically, the worst case scenario that is applying around that, the ever lower barometric pressure and the impact on storm surges and the like, is that a credible statement to make? And what supports it by way of the latest science? And I'm talking about obviously the IPCC, but ongoing reports, anything up to a week or so ago in terms of the currency of that statement. Thanks.
Through the chair, I'll start the answer for this one and then pass it over to Tracy and Natasha to add some extra details. So I'll start from the perspective of my background, which is as a geologist. Most of Whangaparoa's shoreline area is cliff. And when it comes to management options for cliff, there are very limited options for us. And so there are certain areas where you can reinforce cliffs, you can do some limited replanting, but in most cases there aren't practical, pragmatic options available. And so I do believe it is entirely valid to say that most of Whangaparoa's shoreline can be managed over the next 100 years with little or no active intervention. Things do change a little bit when you get to the areas of beaches, and then you'll see in the maps that those are the areas where it is more likely that there will be comments around some sort of intervention. And I'll pass over to Tracy and Natasha to build on that for them.
Thanks, Ross. Through the chair, I'll take it from here. So Whangaparoa Peninsula, we've used all of our most up-to-date coastal hazards information that we have. So our coastal erosion and our coastal inundation mapping, and we've used that out to 2130, the 100-year plus scenario under the highest climate change projections, and building in for the 1% AEP 100-year coastal storm inundation events. So we've really taken, for now, the sort of most conservative approach that we can with the data that we have that's available. We're obviously building in on the dynamic adaptive pathways approach. So we're looking at providing for that most conservative example for now, and also being able to flex as that might change over time. So if we do experience greater sea level rise, or if sea level rise and extreme events do not eventuate in the patterns that we're currently seeing, then also being able to tone that back down again as well. So I think for now what we have is quite robust, and as Ross had said earlier, that there are opportunities for us to revisit this as the plan continues to be reviewed over time. Tracy, anything to add?
Through the chair, the only other comment to make is that obviously Whangaparoa is just one part of Auckland, and other parts of the coastline will have very different risk levels, very different impacts, and probably very different choices of strategies. So it's unlikely that the rest of Auckland will be in the state of not needing that too much intervention. But certainly for Whangaparoa, the fact that most of it is actually cliff area is one of the big reasons that it has come out that way.
Okay, so if I give you some examples, what happens if the low-lying beach areas with large flat areas like Stanmore Bay, Matagatea, Arkles Bay, Manly, and all of those areas that I'm quoting are actually historic swamps, so they have had significant amounts of water in them. If those areas are inundated, and I'd suggest there's a high likelihood of that within the next 100 years, is there going to be little or no intervention? Is that what you're saying?
So obviously for this plan, when we're talking about the public land and assets, the things that came out of the community values for those areas were that they were beach environments, And in order to maintain space for the beach environments, we do need to start realigning our assets out. Once you get to a certain level of sea level rise, which, to be fair, when you're talking permanent inundation in these areas, that's quite a high level of sea level rise. You will be looking at the property owners in those areas having potential issues. But that discussion of whether or not we would defend Manly Bay, for an example, that has to be part of the larger unitary plan discussions, the RMA reform process. But for the public land and assets, very much it was a decision around looking at the values, looking at what we could do, and the community support was very much to maintain the natural environment, which means that for us, we can make space for that to happen.
Okay, so I guess if I home in on that, if these large flat areas of land that are old swamps, like the flat part of Stanmore Bay, the flat part of Manly and so on, if they contain substantial public assets, which are actually large parks, and the parks are there in part because those areas historically couldn't be developed for residential housing, they were severely flood prone, what intervention will we be doing in terms of providing alternative park space in those areas?
I'll pass you to Russ.
Yeah, probably best place to answer this is by looking at the next stages of this, which is the implementation. So when we look at our parks management plans, for example, that's where we look at the impact of these decisions on service provision for things like playing fields. And in many cases, what we'll find is that there's a limited actual direct impact on things like playing fields, because a flood every few years, or even potentially every few months, doesn't stop it being a playing field. But when it gets to the point where it does, the parks management plans are places where it will say, okay, in future, we need to make sure there's an allowance for new playing fields somewhere else, perhaps by co-locating with local schools, things like that. There are options available where there is existing land that can be used more wisely or differently to make that available for the community. And that's all part of the parks planning process, which is driven from this as the next stage.
Okay.
Wayne, you muted yourself. I don't know if you mentioned.
Sure, I'll speak later. Thanks.
Cool, thank you very much. And I didn't have any other questions apart from maybe if you just want to briefly just, oh no, that can come at a different time. I was just going to say that you're already working on 2 other plans and it will continue to roll out, but we don't need to go into that detail here. Apologies. We'll go straight to, so Councillor Walker, you've moved to this. Did you want to speak first, or did you want to round up after Councillor Watson and then myself and anyone else speaks?
No, I'm happy just to make some comments now.
Okay,
you know, I'm pleased that we actually have an adaptation plan. I guess my concern is that anybody reading the plan would be quite complacent and think that you know, there's nothing to worry about for the next 100 years. And I would suggest that the insurance community would not agree with that, and that any number of homes that are within the catchment of these areas will become uninsurable, and that process is already underway, and it's happening at other parts of New Zealand that we know about that are subject to inundation. So my particular concern when I read this is that I don't see much in the way of intervention. I do see you mention things about, you know, assets and the like. I don't know what happens to the leisure centre in Stanmore Bay, for example, if that floods on a regular basis because it's in a floodplain and so on. So there are some significant council assets that we will have to intervene on in these areas. And in that respect, I think, and it probably goes to the comment that Councillor Watson made, there's not the granularity here to deal with some of these issues. So I think we've done something because we have to do it, but I don't think it's got anywhere near any detail that provides anybody in the community with much of an idea about what's happening in the future, other than, well, you know, we're not going to be intervening. Doesn't tell anybody much. Okay, so yes, we've done it. That's good. It's a first step. Quite obviously, we're going to have a look at these other plans, but certainly in terms of realism, I don't think it's particularly realistic. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. I saw now this would be out of order, but because you haven't had a chance to speak, Paul, did you want to speak to? I didn't give you a chance if you needed to. So you just put your hand up, or was that a mistake?
Thank you, Councillor Hills. Just briefly, just responding to the good points that Councillor Walker has made there. I think just reinforcing the point that the granularity around these plans is coming, and it'll be integrated in the asset management plans, the reserve management plans, and those discussions. But I think just a word of caution for council that although the plan for Whangaparoa paints a picture where little intervention is required over the next 100 years, just reinforcing that's not our expectation for other areas of Auckland. And the plans we bring back to ECC in time, so we are working in Beachlands and East and Little Shoal Bay at present, you may find that our conversations are a little different to the conversations that we're having here today. So by nature of Whangaparoa, there is a path mapped out by nature of that location, that geography, that topography. But for other parts of Auckland, we will be having slightly different conversations and challenging ourselves with more of the here and now requirements in that sort of less than 20-year time period. So just wanted to reinforce that, and including just responding to Councillor Walker's comments there that certain people may pick up this plan and it doesn't tell them much, or it might not mean so much. Just reinforcing it is a very tangible start to a conversation around climate change adaptation for the first time for Auckland in this space. We do present some really robust data. Some of that data we have commissioned ourselves as a council. So the most up-to-date erosion susceptibility data, which sort of puts us ahead of most councils in New Zealand. And I think it speaks to, for the first time, helping communities understand some of what these challenges are moving forward, but in a way that it's a stepped approach. It hasn't jumped all the way to step 10, talking about the granularity of certain things and the cost of doing certain things tomorrow. But it really does introduce the discussion, I feel, in a way that we're bringing the community, mana whenua, stakeholders with us on a discussion that's going to be iterative over time. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you, Paul. And sorry, members, that I know that it's not normal practice to have a staff member speak during the debate or reply to a councillor, but I just didn't give Paul the opportunity to speak there. So sorry, Councillor Walker, if you felt that was out of order, but I thought it was important for Paul.
I'm quite happy in this instance. Okay, bye.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Watson.
Yes, I'd just like to start off by commending the team that's been involved in this and the way they conducted the public information sessions. That it was, it was professionally run. It was very welcoming, and people were really encouraged to speak. So I think there's all due recognition to the people involved in that, and the kind of atmosphere that was established, and especially the way people were willing to listen to what people were saying. It is hard getting people out in this day and age, to come along, and they did conduct quite a number of sessions. I would say, though, that in this pilot in Whangaparoa, of course, and it'll be like a number of other areas in Auckland, the coastal environment is part of their life, is part of the people's DNA. So if there is one aspect of their life or the interaction with council that means a lot to them, it's this environment they live in, and the council structures and facilities contribute to that often in a very significant way. So I'm hoping that during the course of this, that some of the lessons of this first pilot program can be used for the benefit of the other parts of Auckland. My interest in particular has been to do with the renewal of coastal assets or coastal infrastructure, and certainly what's become very apparent to me is that firstly this infrastructure is really valued by the community. So a set of stairs is not just a set of stairs, it's actually their access to, in some cases, a couple of kilometres of the coast. If they can't get down there, they can't get to a beach, they can't get to the fishing spot, they can't get there to launch their kayak. And what we've had, and particularly in the coastal stretch I'm familiar with, is yes, over the years, a constant spate of renewals because the infrastructure has been damaged. But what has finally emerged after years and years are structures now that do stand up. Yes, they are more expensive, I assume, than than the repairs that were done previously. But the structures there now, by trial and error, are robust, are standing up to these big storm surges. And if the option had been, as it might be going forward, that, well, okay, well, sorry, they're too expensive, that access, that quality of life will have been lost. Whereas the iterative process is actually, I'm hoping, now more aware of what has to be done at specific locations to do the job once and to do it right. And that essentially solves the problem of ongoing maintenance for quite some time. My final point goes to really the necessity or the desirability, I should say, of both the local community, but also elected members getting involved in terms of the information that's relayed. So in this instance, the lion's share of the information has been very helpful. The recommendations are entirely appropriate, and it kind of captures the way going forward. In a couple of instances, and at least one instance, it's hard for the people doing this review to understand fully what may happen in any given location. They might go through in the middle of the day and that's not the height of the summer or whatever. But there is instances where that sort of local knowledge, which really establishes the fundamental value of a particular asset, for instance, it really needs to be captured, or else it will be lost. It's impossible to capture each coastal stretch in detail in that nuanced form. So I'll certainly be putting in some feedback to you in terms of one location. But overall, I thank you for your work, and I'm sure the rest of Auckland will be the beneficiaries of this pilot as it been conducted. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Watson, and thank you both, yourself and Councillor Walker, for the constructive, proactive approach you've played throughout this process, and same with the local board members. And I thank you both for moving and seconding this item, because it's not always easy to support something that in general you support, but there's lots of details that you may not necessarily agree with or want to support when it's in a written form without all the context there. So thank you both for supporting the staff and supporting this plan direction. And as has been said, that this is quite a big deal to have this shoreline adaptation plan done, a pilot through the 10-year budget last year. We've now funded the whole coast to be done this way, and I think this plan going forward will stop the ad hoc kind of nature we have done replacing and dealing with slips and assets and flooding and coastal damage that we have done in the past. I think the Tasman Tempest, the 2017-18 time, I think there was about 150, I think I remember talking to Ross, 150 slips just on public land that time, and we had a number of community facilities assets and coastal assets and wharves and things that were broken and damaged, and we're talking in the millions of millions that just in 1 or 2 years from significant storms. So as Councillor Watson says, it's important that we're getting the right assets in the right places, but maybe going into the future, even the right assets are not going to be fit for purpose at all in some of these areas, with the storm surges, with the coastal erosion, with other issues. So what this does do is set a benchmark, send a clear message to other plans, for local boards, for different departments of the organisation, to make sure that they're looking at this every time they plan ahead or prioritise assets. So we are going to get into a continual debate or argument operationally of where the budget goes. There will never be an endless amount of money, but it will be protecting that leisure centre, because it's better to have a leisure centre for the next 20 years, or be important to support that beach because it has a large number of people accessing it. But in some other cases, it might mean that we move to a different space or look to buy land or open up land in other spaces which are safer and are not going to cost us millions of dollars every year to address. So I think what the team have shown is that extremely smart people are doing a lot of work in this space and have really tried to bring the community along with them. And the evidence base shows that what you've brought to us, but the proof will be in the pudding going forward when we start to have to make those individual decisions for individual assets or individual beaches or cliffs and stuff. And this also builds backwards into the water strategy and Te Tarakia Tawhiri, but also in that too much water discussion, because it will show where we are responsible, where we need to be responsible, where we can't be, in the private space, and where it's an insurer policy or where it actually comes back on us because we're consenting things in the wrong place. So I think this is all tying up, and I really, really, really do appreciate all the work that the staff and those you've contracted in and others to do this as well. So as far as I can see, there is no more speakers or anything, so we will just all those in favour?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Anyone opposed?
Mr. Chair, I'll just email through to Suad the one section 6.3.42 that I'm opposed to, but that I think that covers off then my concerns.
Yeah, please do that. And if Councillor Walker, if you have a similar specific, you can note send that through to Suad, and she'll note that underneath. Thank you both for that. Cool. Thank you very much, and thanks to the staff. You can go go back to what you were doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, we now go on to something completely different. Item 11, our Regional Streets for People program. I think we have Alan online, yes, from Auckland Transport, who will be taking us through the quick presentation, and then we'll go to questions after that. Kia ora, Alan. Thanks for waiting. I hope you weren't having to sit there through the whole meeting. But thank you.
Kia ora, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Yes, I've patiently sat through this item before us, and it was very interesting, I must say. I'll just try and share the presentation. Okay. Right, and I just need to introduce myself. My name is Alan Sims. I'm from Auckland Transport. I'm the Streets for People program manager. We also have Melanie Alexander on the line as well as the AT owner for these programs, and we also have Robert Simpson representing the council side of the program. Oh, that didn't go into presentation mode. Okay, there we go. So I'd just like to give a quick introduction or overview of the program. It may be a while since some have seen that. So we have the Regional Streets for People program here, and up front I'd just like to say we are investigating a name change as part of this process, because there are a number of programs current and in the recent past that have very similar names, and it's causing quite a lot of confusion here. However, right now it's called the Regional Streets for People program. It's a $3 million fund for 3 years, and it's part of the 10-year climate action package. This program aims to deliver trials and tactical urbanism interventions across the region outside of the city centre to reduce emissions through encouraging mode shift to walking, cycling, micromobility. To date, we have received expressions of interest. That was late last year, and we have assessed those against the weighted criteria. The weighted criteria was circulated and approved by the previous program manager last year, and they seek to deliver the key objectives, so reducing transport emissions, respond to local enthusiasm, increase uplift of active modes, support Māori outcomes, and encourage the use of tactical urbanism techniques. Sorry, I'm having a little bit of IT difficulty here. So the assessment team or assessment panel was made up of subject matter experts from across Auckland Transport, Auckland Council and Eke Panuku. We are proposing the following 7 projects here. They are a range of semi-permanent tactical infrastructure and non-infrastructure events or education projects. The way we assessed this was by looking at the weighted criteria, also assessing against pathway to permanence, which is a key learning from the recent Waka Kotahi Innovating Streets program. We also looked at equity across the region, so spread of projects, and we also looked at the share of local board submissions versus CCO submissions. The 19 were split between either local board or business association with councillor support and AT projects. We didn't in the end receive any others from CCOs. As you can see, this is where the proposed projects land. A lot of the projects are located in a specific area. However, there is one project, project number 3, which is building better bike hubs, which is a regional project that can be updated as we go through the planning and assessment phase next, to identify areas of the region that may be under-resourced in that respect. Next steps, and I apologise for all of the text, is that we need to confirm the program name. We're investigating an opportunity right now to go to Ngā Tiriti Ngangahau or the Vibrant Streets program. This is not set, but we have had endorsement from AT Māori engagement team and their counterparts at Auckland Council, and we just have a few steps, and hopefully this will be fully approved by next week. Post that, we will need to do a release. We will be working with local communications advisors to coordinate with local boards and start on work on communications to announce at a project level, so the 7 individual projects. We will also, in the next few days, be sending out the individual responses to both the successful and unsuccessful applicants, and these will detail where the strengths and opportunities to improve lie. We really sort of need to talk about the program initiation meetings a little bit more, and I maybe don't have enough time today, but that's really where the rubber hits the road. That's the next phase. It's around planning, it's around investigation, it's setting up meetings with the key contacts for each project and establishing the roles and responsibilities, the communications planning, and developing robust cost estimates and implementation steps. We will pretty much straight away be reaching out to all the local boards to address item number 5 here, the decision reports. This was a lesson learned from the previous round of Innovating Streets, that it was agreed that decision points were required, and that we needed to be checking in with local boards more regularly to seek their input, and also to provide an opportunity for them to delegate members to be part of the process. There was feedback as part of the roles and responsibilities discussion that they felt that they were involved in a lot of the detail last time, and they should be removed to the governance level, and so we're seeking to refine that as we move through these next stages here. That's basically it for my presentation. It's very short, but very sweet, and I'm happy to take questions.
Perfect, thanks, Alan. And just see the comment from Councillor Darby in there. There has been confusion, and you brought it up anyway around the name. We previously discussed that at our pre-agenda meeting as well. This is not Innovating Streets or Streets for People. Innovating Streets came last year, the year before. There was no clarification that there was going to be another Innovating Streets round. So then we put this Regional Streets for People program within the climate initiatives budget of the 10-year budget last year, part of the 150 million. And then as we started that process, Waka Kotahi then came to AT and Councillor Darby's committee around another couple of years of Innovating Streets, and they changed that name to Streets for People, and that's why there is some confusion. So the decision was made in December that Streets for People, in partnership with Waka Kotahi, would go to Planning Committee, but this Regional Streets for People, the smaller set of programs, would come through the Environment and Climate Change Committee due to the climate focus, but also the fact it came out of the initiatives we pushed into the 10-year budget last year. So sorry it's confusing. It will be less confusing when there is a different name, and there'll be a lot more work with Councillor Darby's committee on the Streets for People program, funded by mostly Waka Kotahi. So sorry about that. Member Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation. Crikey, I was confused even before that, so imagine how I am now. Look, just a couple of questions if I can. So you referred to Māori outcomes. What was the opportunity, if any, for an EOI that reflects a mana whenua perspective? That's my first question.
I'll try my best to respond to that one. And maybe Mel, you could jump in to support this. You will have to forgive me. I joined the program in late October, so it wasn't part of the previous discussions around this program, nor the Innovating Streets round one. So what I understand is this was targeted to CCOs and local boards. I don't understand if there was a particular opportunity for mana whenua to respond to this. We did consider and factor into our weighted criteria supporting Māori outcomes, because we know and we believe that it's very important that we always address that very important relationship that we have. It was also an outcome of the evaluation of the first Innovating Streets, that there was opportunities to build on what happened in the first round and to improve the strength of that relationship as well. But as to an opportunity to submit a submission.
Shall I jump in?
Yeah, please. Please.
No, there wasn't really an opportunity for mana whenua to directly apply through an expression of interest. Of course, they could approach Auckland Council, local boards, or any of the other CCOs. And part of the reason for that is one of the eligibility criteria agreed with the programme with Auckland Council was the need for a pathway to permanence, which was funded, and secondly that there was funding matched at 10% from that body. So that's partly why we didn't engage. So there's an agreement earlier on that the focus for this would be for CCOs, council, family to actually put applications in on behalf of their community.
I almost don't know what to say, Mr. Chair, that you include in terms of weightings Māori outcomes, but there's no opportunity for mana whenua or Māori generally, other than through a local board, to propose or participate, nor on a panel. I'd have to say, Mr. Chair, I don't understand it, nor do I agree with how it's been put together, so to speak. I always like to see the connecting of the dots. There's no connecting of the dots, specifically in the weightings. If you put a weighting in there, one would assume someone will be able to advise or guide around what is a successful Māori outcome. I don't know what's happened here, and I don't know of those applications which you've deemed to have been weighted heavily in terms of a Māori outcome. How would you know that by the documentation you have in front of you for the EOIs, please?
I think you're right, Member Wilson. I think there is a concern there. I think we were sent a memo in September last year around the process should be local board driven or CCO driven, but I take your point that clearly a missing piece would have been to have mana whenua or marae based applications too, and I will take that on as a as something that we shouldn't have done, and in the future that should, if there is a way to do that, then we should have that ability, much like we are doing with our marae-based initiatives coming through that same climate fund. So when that is set up, that initiative, there must be a way to use the same or similar criteria for this. And I apologise that wasn't done. I think at the time we just thought, yep, local board, CCO, easy, council family. But as you have rightly pointed out, that is not working in partnership. So I'll take that on. And if we could, AT, who are doing both this process and the Streets for People process, if it's not too late to ensure that mana whenua have a way to apply for that fund as well, which I know that is not at this stage of the process.
Either that or indicate, Mr. Chair, that there are no Māori outcomes to be achieved, because it seems like it's been taken into consideration when in fact the criteria hasn't included it. I think it's a lot clearer if you understand why. If you see Māori outcomes, if we're looking for those sorts of things, it should be obvious as to what the participation is, and it's not. If it was that was considered in terms of the criteria, and we're always following process here, then don't include it and indicate why. But I'm appalled, I'd have to say, that there was no consideration of, and that my next question then would be the projects that were approved by local board in Otara and Mangere, was that an attempt at Māori outcomes to be achieved?
I'll attempt to answer that question through the chair. So the application itself had a section that addressed the supporting Māori outcomes criteria and weighting. The panel that assessed the submissions spent a lot of time reviewing each individual application and those sections, and provided sort of robust reasoning as why they thought a high, medium or low weighting was achieved in those areas. The projects that have been proposed here, we felt scored high across all of the weighted criteria, and reflected the goals of the program, and drive towards the outcomes of reducing carbon emissions and uptake of active modes. Specifically to your point, were those two projects included as an attempt to support Māori outcomes? I think I would say all of the projects were proposed as a way of supporting Māori outcomes, because we were specifically looking to support Māori outcomes through this process. I do note your point that we could have tried to receive submissions from a wider range of areas, and that is something that we will definitely factor into our Streets for People process as well. because it is at a different phase, and I'm more than open to suggestions around how we could address the regional streets for program shortcomings as quickly as possible now, before the projects start, before the announcement is made, and happy to engage offline with anyone that is, wanting to progress that as quickly as possible.
Thank you. I'm not meaning to skewer anyone here, believe me. Oh, actually, the less questions I ask, I'm probably better off. Mr. Chair, I'm just indicating we will not be supporting this this motion.
Kia ora, and although disappointed, I definitely understand and don't blame you, and I definitely will take it on that looking at that memo in September where it was set, I should have, as chair, picked up that it should have been a wider application process that included marae and Māori organisations and so forth, as we do in other grants and other opportunities. So apologies from me, and we'll get a response from AT and either Megan and Vanessa from the committee as well. So thank you. Who is next? Sorry, Suad, I can't see. Councillor Stewart.
Just on the Coney School Glenfield proposal for the safer schools, is it going to be something similar to what they've done? It's around Sunny Hills Primary School, just where I live. Is it going to be the speed cushions and the flexible bollards? I'm just wondering what you're proposing there.
I'll answer that question through the chair. So it could be. We haven't actually engaged for the project initiation meetings yet, where we discuss the design, the implementation, and the outcomes. What that particular application proposes is that we work with the local school and their transport plan that they've created, and see how we can trial some of the initiatives in the transport plan to make the streets around that school safer and more accessible for kids to walk and cycle and scoot to school. So while I can't give you a yes or no, we have taken the learnings from the Innovating Streets program. We know that some of the elements worked well in those projects, and some we're seen to not work as well. That's the nature of a trial. We try new ideas, we put things in place, and we try to adapt the things that don't seem to be working well for the local residents and schools. So the novel element about that particular project is the school has a transport plan that we would like to try and support them in delivering with a number of things. It could be wayfinding, it could be safety initiatives, it could be speed calming, but that would be developed through the project initiation and co-design phase.
I know there's been a trial, and I know at the moment they're having a have your say, because I actually live on one of the streets. And we've got the speed humps that all went up, and there's about 27 of these little skinny, flexible orange bollards that went up, or sticks, that some of them have been knocked down. And I think people it hasn't been cars that have knocked them down. I think it's actually been people have tried to push them over. They don't seem to be very, very accepted in this community. So I'm just thinking that before the school in Glenfield decides to go with it, it might pay for them to come out to have a look, because I know that we have got to have your say at the moment on this very subject, and the public feedback closes at midnight on Sunday, the 13th of March. And most of the people in my street and surrounding streets never even received Well, I've talked to a number of people and they haven't even received the feedback form. So it's going to be interesting. Thank you.
Through the chair, can I just a point of clarification? The Konini Schools in Waitakere Ranges local board area, and like with the majority of the projects that have been proposed to you to be endorsed, it's a local board proposed project. So the local board have been engaging with the school and community, and noting Councillor Stewart's points, it's a really good reminder that we do need to co-design and engage with the community all the way through these projects. Thank you.
Good, thanks, Melanie. Yes,
thank you for that. I just suggest that maybe the school board and the school, maybe somebody should come out and have a look, and before we go and put something else in that nobody wants. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor Stewart. And yeah, it's Glen. That was Glen Eden, not Glenfield. We do have a couple in on the shore here that are those flexible sticks and bumps and things, but very supported by the local school and very supported by the local community because of the safety aspects. So I think it's different communities will approve of different things and weight it based on different factors such as safety or other things like that. Councillor Darby.
Yeah, it's
look, thanks, Chair, and thanks for addressing the Wordle conundrum and taking on board my somewhat muscly emails overnight. But look, all good. Interesting that the application that I put under my own name on behalf of Devonport Business Association, working with a local board member, Tony Van Tonda, it was a regional Streets for People application, but it went to Streets for People email address. So there poses the problem. But look, the staff will sort that. Chair, I just want to point out that, look, I think I rather than declare this at the front, under declarations, but I do want to say now that I think my interests are in common with the public here, but I was a proposer of one application that didn't make the cut. That's all good. I didn't interfere with the processes in any way, but I also wrote a letter, and I think you signed the letter too, in support of the Bayswater application, and that was Auckland Transport's application. But I don't believe that there's any interest here other than us being in common with the public. Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I don't have a recollection of that, but I think it's because it's in line with the current project, the Lake Road project. Is that correct? That's already connected to. But happy to put a conflict there.
Yeah, look, it's a funding application, but look, I'm acting consistent with the direction of the council, but I just don't want to be identified as acting in my own interest.
Yeah,
I don't believe I am. I'll leave it there.
Yeah, I think the question was because they're council applications by parts of council, as if we were supportive or vehemently against something like this happening in our area, and this was trying to prevent the situation with Innovating Streets where we had well-meaning projects pop up with elected members completely opposed, and that creating quite a lot of tension a year or two ago, as far as I know. But thank you for that. Councillor Watson, question.
Yes, thanks. A rather tangential question to do with the wider regional streets for people. This is obviously a program and contested fund. I'm just wondering, in amongst the team, as far as the drivers for this, getting people more active, cycling, walking, and even conceivably other activities. Is there any awareness amongst AT as to how that might be achieved, even wider than through the rather limited resources of this fund? And I say that particularly in respect of experience Councillor Walker and I had recently, where there was a whole network of streets widely used by the public for for cycling, walking, and also more importantly for the kids playing games, and made up of little cul-de-sacs and a really active streetscape with people, but essentially compromised when it comes to AT's chip sealing program. A lot of those things go out the door, particularly the use of the street for recreation. Is there any awareness in terms of that broader reach, given the limited resources here, of how that might be addressed? Bearing in mind that I know the cost differential between chip and asphalt, but in retention of amenity that goes to the goals of this program in the wider network.
Through the chair, I'd like to pass that one to Melanie.
Thank you, through the chair. Yes, certainly the aim of this program, or the intentions of this program, is for us to gather learnings that we can then implant, so to speak, into other programs. And certainly the scope of the programs that we're suggesting and proposed, many of them you'll see are relatively complementary measures to engaging with people to be more active in the community. And one of the learnings that we hope to gain from this is to how we improve our engagement with the community, with mana whenua, to really improve the levels of uptake of active modes for all parts of the community. And what we're hoping to learn from that is a way forward for us for our future programs. We have a large program of works to undertake, both as Auckland Transport and Auckland Council, and certainly knowing the best ways forward and how we can engage the community is a really key outcome. In terms of your query around assets, in particular renewals and how we interrelate those, obviously we will try and take as much of that forward as possible. Placemaking in particular, and we do have members of Panuku and Council as part of our project team taking these forward. But I suppose where we come from is also we've got to manage the balance between road renewals, resurfacing, and other factors, and the funding allocations for them. So I can't guarantee that we can undertake significant changes to our programs and policies, but certainly this all helps us to refine those and perhaps put us on an improved path for uptake of active transport.
Thank you, Millie, and thank you, Councillor. And I think, I think some of the discussion, including the discussion just then on sort of a contestable fund or grants round, I think maybe it was a mistake calling this a contestable fund. I'm not sure, because of much like the Community Safety Fund that came before this, it was only ever council funding a council process and a council project, as opposed to granting other groups to enable this. So all of these are, as far as I understand, are AT run or owned, or council or local board run or owned. So I think maybe the going forward, we just need to ensure that we're getting what, because a contestable fund in the past would have been anyone could apply for a grants process. So I just need to ensure that my knowledge of what it was before and after, I need to check out that as well. Councillor Bartley, you have a partai?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to officers for this work. My question is, one of the other learnings we took from Innovating Streets was the vision. The vision wasn't out there in the forefront of why these projects, why people are being personally inconvenienced. How is that being addressed with this program, so that, you know, people do see past the sticks in the road and actually see that this is about saving people's lives, no more cyclists getting killed, children being safe to walk to school and take their bikes to school, you know, like big picture stuff about saving lives, as well as climate change, which has been pretty much everything on this agenda so far. Thank you.
Through the chair, that is a great question, and a well-remembered observation from Innovating Streets. It is a learning that we've incorporated into this programme and the future Streets for People programme, and the need for that vision and the communications and the messaging around that is definitely part of this programme going forward. So following endorsement or approval of the programme going forward, we do have a communications lead and working with council around getting a combined message out there and ensuring these projects form a programme. So we have a story that's linked and can tell, as you say, that vision about encouraging more active modes and engagement with the community, and how they're all linked in a way forward. So absolutely, we do want to make sure that's happened, because it was a gap that we found with Innovating Streets. That higher level vision for the programme is something that Auckland Transport and Auckland Council have learnt from, but we've also passed that back to Wakakatahi, and they've adopted that for their Streets for People programme, i.e. the next round of Innovating Streets going forward.
Thank you.
If I may just add to that point through the chair. So there has been a commitment as well from Auckland Council staff to lead the strategic comms and engage in developing a vision and a storyboard going forward, so that all future comms and all materials that are pushed out are saying the same things, leading towards the same outcomes and vision statement. We have agreed that AT will maintain the communications level at a project level, but that will always tie back into the work that the strategic comms work that Auckland Council staff members have taken on board for this round.
Oh, thank you. And no doubt, if we do vote this through and support it, then that's also us as councillors backing and supporting this work in the public as well.
Kia ora. Very good points, Councillor Bartley, and thank you for that. Now I will we've got a mover, Councillor Casey. Thank you to the Ellen and Melanie team for this. And as it might be unusual to see endorse instead of approve or adopt, but this is further to the complexity of this process, is that we are just endorsing what has been approved by the team. This is an AT run process. It's coming here for our endorsement, and it's also gone to the AT board for endorsement, but this is not about us approving as a normal process would allow. I've got a comment from Councillor Kuhn.
Oh, thanks, Chair, and tēnā koroa, Melanie and Alan, for bringing this to us. I'm pleased to see Konini School on there, because my nephew goes to that school in Glenfield. He's only 8, and I'm sure he would love to be able to walk to school and feel very safe. And this is probably when, actually, Chair, these comments aren't directed at the project team, so through you, this is speaking in support of this, but I have to admit that I do feel very I do find this all quite depressing, because this is just fiddling around while people are killed on our streets. We all know that a young man, Levi James, was the latest fatality on his bike off to see his nan. And just the bigger crisis that we have around climate, around the oil crisis that's coming. And here we have this little drop in the bucket to kind of fiddle around on some streets and complain about the hit sticks not looking nice, or whether a car park is being removed when, vulnerable people are dying on our streets. And we know that we have to have a network of safe streets that give people an alternative to driving around in their cars. So on one hand, I'm really happy to see this come to us, but it does just depress me that we are doing things in very, very small little increments, and we're nowhere near having streets for people, whatever we call this program. Our streets are hostile places that are not suitable for the majority of kids in our city just to be able to walk and cycle safely, and for most residents to get around. And so, I do think it's great that we put this funding in the climate. Sorry, what was we did put it in the climate action package into the 10-year budget, and it is there and it's progressing. So, you know, I do thank the team and these comments, even though I can see you, Melanie and Ellen, it's I am addressing these comments to my colleagues in terms of supporting this, but hoping that we're all seeing the bigger picture and the importance of that we've got to make the big decisions and decide whether we want to keep our citizens and our residents of Auckland safe by actually having genuine streets that are for people and a connected up network for walking and cycling and all the other kinds of e-mobility, including those who rely on chairs to get around. Having said that, I do want to acknowledge, and this is quoting the project team who gave me this to reflect on when we did have a run through and talk about the applications, is that this is an enabler program. I recognise that, and it is part of the bigger program. So, you know, we can have a massive impact on how we do things in the future if we can show that these projects work. And these projects work if we are nimble, if we're quick, if we use technical urbanism and we use the tools that we have available. And one of those is we already have a parking strategy that says that we prioritise people on the street over parked cars. And we know that Levi wouldn't have died if we had actually implemented the parking strategy because he was doored riding along. So, yeah, I just want to make those comments. I wasn't going to try and get upset about thinking about those people who are vulnerable people, but I will end thinking about my nephew who will benefit from this program. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. And I'll just and I'm sorry I didn't say it, if the staff want to turn the cameras off as if you've moved away from the table so then it doesn't feel like we're debating at you. You've done your job. We're debating through me now, so then you don't feel that we're calling you out personally. Thanks, Councillor Coombe. I know that was difficult, and I know that you have very personal journey over I'll let Councillor Darby speak first, but I know you have very personal journey over deaths on our road, and you've always been a champion for doing a lot more. So I'm sorry that you got a bit upset there, but it's good to see emotion on our screens because that's what we're here for, doing things for our city and actually fighting for them even when it feels like it's not working some of the time. Councillor Darby.
Thanks, Chair. And look, in some ways this is a procedural decision here today, but listening to Councillor Coombe, I just I'm touched, and I'm, you know, that raw emotion just sort of brings it home. You know, we're responsible for people living their lives in Auckland, and unfortunately we're losing people, and it's not just isolated. This is actually, these are ugly numbers. And Warwick Jones on Lake Road on the North Shore, it's a year ago almost to the day since you know, he was killed. You know, a vehicle crashed into him and there was a driver in that vehicle and he was a rider on the bike and he didn't go home. And look, that's subject to a police investigation, as is the current death. But look, I would just hope that if we can all lend support to this, this is mapping the way forward. And we're doing a lot of other work too with our, you know, reviewing our speed limits that Auckland Transport are doing at great pace now. But without this work and cracking on the pace, we're at risk of just seeing more Aucklanders die. And you know, I just really felt for what Councillor Coombe was making a plea for there. You know, let's just let's get on with this, please. It's sort of, look, I'm slightly lost for words myself too, but you know, top of mind is people dying, people that we know. as in last weekend's death. We just cannot see that continue to happen at the rate it's been happening, and it is quite a significant rate. And this program, in a small way, addresses that.
Kia ora, Councillor Darby, and thank you for that and your continued advocacy as well for programs like these and far greater change across Auckland Transport and Auckland Council in the way we do things. I just want to start again with an apology to Member Wilson, not Councillor Wilson, Member Wilson, for just missing off that piece of a very important puzzle. I think sometimes we get caught up in the memos and the emails and the processes without checking extremely important things like the ability for mana whenua to have more of a say, and that's partnership and that's te tiriti, and I feel terrible about that as it went to Auckland Transport without that consideration. And I just want to say, yes, that this is a good group of projects. It is following on from some of the innovating streets. And I know we do talk about the negatives and the spending of some of those projects or the political opposition, but actually I don't have the figures here, but the majority of innovating streets projects were successful and they are still in place. And we never hear about that. We never hear the headline that school enjoys project that was put in, or the paint on the street and those hit sticks do make a difference. There are a couple schools in my area where it's very clear that people are driving a lot slower because of the planter boxes or the plastic sticks. They may not be the coolest looking things, or maybe not everyone likes them, but as Councillor Coombe and others have said, they do help save lives. They do help. If you do see brightly coloured things or a road that is squeezed down a lot cheaper than waiting for a massive intersection upgrade, then maybe there's 3 more years of safety before that intersection upgrade comes. And these projects, yes, they're put forward by AT or local boards, but they will also help reduce those speeds, improve the safety, and reduce emissions long term. Because I know in areas where we've got the pedestrian crossings in or other improvements, more people walk to school. More there's one example of pedestrian crossing I fought for a long time in Hinimore Street, and the businesses were against it and a whole bunch of people were against it, but the schools and the ECEs in the area really, really wanted it. A raised crossing right by the little centre, and I've got these great pictures now of people send me of the walking school bus growing and growing, going across that walkway, and actually the businesses have enjoyed it because those people walk now straight into their cafe across the road instead of getting stuck on one side of the road and thinking, oh, I'm just going to drive on to the next town centre or whatever that is. So those are those obviously take a long time, but these sorts of projects can be put in cheaply and quickly and with community backing them to get action quickly, because we know that we are not getting the big projects that we need done quick enough, and we do have cycling and safety projects that need doing urgently, and we all need to continue to put pressure on. But the small group of projects that come from the climate initiatives that we passed in the bigger package of climate initiatives last year will make a difference for those communities, and hopefully will continue to make people safer and ensure that people feel like there's a choice to walk or cycle to their school, to their town centre, or around their neighbourhood. So thank you very much, and I'm sorry, I've just seen that Member Wilson's got a corridor there, and I started speaking before I saw that, but that's okay. Member Wilson to finish up, and then we'll go to the vote. Kia ora.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No one can help but not be moved by what has been said, specifically Councillor Coombe. From my perspective, this was yet another example of Māngere or South Auckland being treated in a way that wasn't suitable for what their needs were. However, I take on board the comments from Councillor Coombe. And in terms of what I intended to vote for, Mr. Chair, all I'm seeking is some reassurance. This exclusion, this absence of mana whenua input can be addressed through yourself to the team that are trying their best. Then I would happily, for the greater good, for the pleas that have been made, vote in an appropriate manner, Mr. Chair.
Kia ora, Member Wilson, and I wouldn't expect you to vote either way. So that is up to you, and I know the reasons you feel, and I agree with you that what has happened here is not okay with the situation and the community that you're rightly advocating for, that we all should be advocating for. So thank you. But don't feel you need to vote either way, or that anyone's encouraging you to do that. So just you make that decision. But thank you for your kōrero at the end there. Right, we will move to the vote. All those in favour?
Aye.
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 Aye. And anyone opposed?
Aye.
Against.
Councillor Stewart opposed. Did you want that recorded, Councillor?
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Stewart opposed. Thank you very much. And now we move on to, I think we might just have a 5-minute cup of tea, bathroom stop, staff to have a break away from their screens. So we'll come back at 2:35, so a 6-minute break. Thank you. Now we move very quickly to item 12. Our submission on the proposed Ka'imongo Matiatia Marine Reserve submission, and Councillor Coombe has said she would like to move the recommendations. Anyone else happy to second? Otherwise, I'm happy to second.
I'll second. It's Angela.
Kia ora, Angela. Thank you. Councillor Dalton will second, and we'll go straight to Dave and Jackie on the presentation.
Greetings, everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present to this item. Just to introduce Jackie Reid, who's a senior analyst within the Natural Environment Strategy Unit, and she'll be providing the presentation today, which gives you an overview of our approach to this submission. And then, of course, we'll be able to both answer questions that you may have thereafter. Thank you, Jackie.
Thanks, Dave. Kia ora. I'd just like to acknowledge the technical staff who provided a contribution to this report, the local board and mana whenua input. Next slide, please, Suad. Thank you. Just to know that Council's been involved with spatial planning and discussions of marine protections area in the Hauraki Gulf for quite a long time. Council was notified in January of this application, and the applicant is Friends of the Hauraki Gulf. Council recently supported the Rahui around Waiheke Island, and so this marine reserve application is another stepping stone on that journey of increasing marine protection in the areas in the Gulf. So I'm going to talk briefly about the area, the approach taken by staff, and we also approached for input and feedback from the local board of mana whenua, and these are in attachments A and B, and the combined input informs the submission in attachment C. Next slide, please. So the proposed marine reserve area is 2,350 hectares on the northwest side of Waiheke Island. An ecological survey was undertaken at selected sites, and the area proposed has an ecological value, has complex ecosystems, is highly biologically diverse, has inner and outer reefs, kelp beds, and has good underwater structure for marine life. Next slide, please. You might recognise this map. It's the government response to sea change map. It has identified areas for high protection in the wider Gulf. The purple square, if you can find it, it's in the bottom left of the map, is approximately the proposed marine reserve area. I'd also like to highlight the ones numbered 4, 5 and 14, and we've brought these out of the map to show you the ones nearest to the proposed marine reserve. I quite like this slide because it gives you the scale of the Gulf, the areas that we need to look after, the areas for scientific study, those that we want to protect for biodiversity and to keep species safe from fishing pressure. And I'd like to acknowledge the Rahui around Waiheke Island that's not actually shown on this map, but that's subsequent to the map being produced. Next slide, please. So the approach that we undertook to assess the application was using the criteria under the Marine Reserve Act. We looked at planning issues, impact or constraints, and then we looked for gaps in the application that were identified by the technical staff, local board, and the views and input from mana whenua. So the report goes into quite a bit of detail, but in summary, we found no significant or likely impacts from a planning perspective, from adjacent land use or structures. We did not anticipate any impact to navigation, commercial fishing or existing aquaculture. We agreed that the proposed area has ecological value, but recognised that this may be similar to other areas like the northeast of Waiheke and surrounding areas. So in assessing the application, there are areas needing further assessment and clarification, and the report covers this, but I'll bring up some key points in the next slide, please. So there was overwhelming consensus for those providing input into the report that we were supporting the protection and enhancement of marine biodiversity in the Hauraki Gulf. That there was support in principle for the marine reserve application, but there was further clarification and assessment required. The first one, and importantly, was engagement with mana whenua. So council staff heard views from Ngāti Porou Trust Board, Ngāti Porou Iwi Trust, Ngātai, and we have included their views and content in the submission. And we really would like to see the enablement of kaitiakitanga. The second one was to assess again the ecological area proposed. Feedback was the extent, the area and boundaries, and also any impact on recreational fishing and pressure that may move to other rohi. The next one was how this application aligns with the wider government response strategy and the marine protected areas proposed. And these matters and the submission reflects the feedback from those who inputted. Next slide, please. So we look to seek two decisions. One's to approve the submission, attachment C, on the proposed marine reserves, subject to any minor editorial changes that may be made, and to delegate authority to approve the final submission. And the final submission would be the 18th of March to meet the 20th of March deadline, which is Sunday. Kia ora, thank you. Back to Chair.
Thank you very much. Very clear presentation and also very fulsome but clear submission. I think there's been a lot of work gone into this, and the discussions we've had have been really interesting. If there doesn't seem to be any questions, I assumed there would be, as there's quite a lot to this submission, but I'm not going to beg anyone to ask questions if they don't want to. Oh, so Councillor Watson. Question.
Yes. Yes, you'd never say that you don't want to beg anyone to answer a question. It's always going to get someone to ask it. Yes. Just a quick question on that last point in terms of the resolutions that we've got before us, A and B. So what we approve here is our submission. So in the first instance, that's only subject to minor editorial changes. That's like kind of minor grammatical and word changes if appropriate, I assume. And similarly, in terms of the delegated authority, that final submission essentially is just those minor editorial changes that are made. That's the correct assumption, isn't it? Yes. Okay, great. Thank you. Well, I reserve the right to speak on this one, Mr. Chair. It's a good supportive submission. So I've had a run through of this with the Hauraki Golf Forum, but I'd just like to make a few comments at the appropriate juncture. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Watson. Now I wondered, you sent Dave through some very fulsome points of mana whenua feedback that wasn't. Did you want to further talk about that briefly, or?
Yeah, maybe there's a couple of points I should make, maybe, yes. And that is that as we kind of outlined in the consideration of this application, we're sort of wondering how this might relate to a significant work program by central government in the government response strategy to sea change, and that's got a number of marine protection areas that are proposed through that process. But in addition to that, it's got other work streams as well that relate to fisheries management, protected species, and a number of other things that are all going in concert. And so this is really a case of saying there's a lot of momentum by central government to get some of those marine reserve or high protection areas, as they're called, advanced through that central government process. And then there's also the interrelationship between how we consider, or how Auckland Council considers this particular application in light of that. Of course, those are matters for DOC to grapple with, because this is very much about Auckland Council making a submission for then DOC to consider those matters. One of the issues I took the opportunity to ring Laurie Beamish from Ngātai Ki Tamaki earlier this week, because I sort of wanted just to establish kind of where they were at with this particular application. They indicated that they had a number of concerns which should have really underlined the desire to see how marine protection initiatives were networked and collated together, so that there was an understanding between the various adjacent rohe moana and also different values that are expressed in the Gulf as to how that would all fit together, which is very much what the government response strategy does. So Laurie did indicate to me that he did not feel that there had been, he was not comfortable at this stage for Ngātai Tamaki to support this application at this particular point in time. So I guess it does add another dimension to one of our qualifications, which is we think that the applicant and DOC need to do some further engagement with mana whenua just to see how this particular application should be advanced. And I think what staff have tried to do here is we've tried to say, we think that in principle there is some value here, and it's really about saying how can we still express that, and at the same time suggest to DOC through Auckland Council that there might be there's clearly some issues that need to be further clarified.
Kia ora, Dave. Thank you. I hope that gives some more clarity for some of the information we couldn't have by the time we got the report done. Question from Member Wilson.
Thank you both. Very clear in terms of the submission. It was very good too, David, at the end. It would be really good to tease out the notion of, as you've expressed, DOC has indicated there's more work to be done in the mana whenua space. And so given that, is that the view, or should that be the view in this submission from Auckland Council, that's DOC's that's DOC's domain, so to speak? How would you configure the place from a Auckland Council perspective, taking into account at least one of the Ngāti Pawa entities, and now Ngātai has expressed what they've expressed? How do you think that should configure in terms of the submission, for instance?
Yes, so I think in the submission we have highlighted that, you know, this is one of the things we think needs to be addressed, is like if you were to go in, if DOC and the applicant was to go and consider further engagement with mana whenua, there'd be a much stronger basis on which to recommend to the Minister of Conservation from DOC officials what would be the appropriate outcome or recommendation for this application. So we have weaved it into the submission as it's set out now. You know, again, if that's something that needs to be slightly emphasised, we're happy to just tweak that a bit. You know, it is one of our key areas that we think is wanting, you know, that we think this application does need a bit of focus. So we can hopefully tweak that in the relevant paragraph as required.
Mr. Chair, if it can be woven just or slightly tweaked to re-emphasise what you've just said, I think that would be helpful in terms of the Auckland Council submission. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Member Wilson. Do you think, I'm not sure if we need to put a resolution, but if we were able to slightly alter, would you say in the executive summary, Jackie or Dave, in number 3, could we strengthen that part that the topic areas include, for example, etc., working with Ngāti Pawa, Iwi Trust, Ngāti Pawa Trust Board and mana whenua to determine their aspirations? Is there something additional, Member Wilson, that we could put there?
No, I'm confident with the staff that they know where to emphasise and in which part, and if that could be done, then yes.
Cool. I'll just need to ensure for everyone about to support what that, Dave, what you think that wording might say, just going back to Councillor Watson's point that it would be minor editorial. So just want to make sure that he feels confident that the thrust of the submission is the same, and that wouldn't be necessarily just editorial if we're changing.
Yeah, my broad observation would be that it's consistent with the theme or the direction that we're stating, and that all we're doing is we're just putting a slight emphasis on that to make that a bit more explicit. For me, that would still be within the realm of minor editorial changes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool, thank you. That's what I thought, but I just wanted to ensure that I wasn't end up making anyone feel like we were changing too much. But I think it would be good to, would it be potentially added into the item 9? Maybe you could add a bit more fulsome about your later discussions.
Yes, we can do it.
So we could add.
Yep.
Yeah, and then Ngātai could have their own. So then we were clear about what we do know now.
Yes. Yep. Paragraph 9. Yep.
Do you feel that would be sufficient, Member Wilson?
Most definitely. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Perfect. Any other partai? No? Perfect. Cool. Thank you, both Jackie and Dave. I think that's. I think people are pretty happy with the direction, and there's been a ton of work done on this, and I know it has been tricky to try and get a supportive submission that also doesn't preclude the need to do a lot more work in the space for a successful, direction for a high protection area or a marine protection, which is what we all want in the end of things. So thank you very much, and I'll get you to click off your screen so we're not debating at you. Thank you for that. And I will let Councillor Coombe, Deputy Chair, did you want to speak as the mover now, or would you like to speak at the end? You do not have to speak either, but I'll just checking.
Thanks, Chair. If I could just reserve my right to close, just.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Watson, you now have the speaking turn.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Chair. So I'm glad that our submission is a supportive one. It certainly deserves to be. If any, it may be a little understated, but as long as we're emphasising that principle, because certainly in respect of what we've heard in the Hauraki Gulf Forum, there is a real need for this type of marine reserve. The most recent State of the Gulf report 2020 makes for some pretty disturbing reading in terms of the health of the Gulf out there. 57% decline in key fish stocks, 83% in snapper, 76% in crayfish, 100% in green lip mussels, 86% in shark, and 97% whales and dolphins, and so forth and so on. So there's a real public support now for meaningful conservation action by taxpayer and ratepayer funded agencies such as the government and regional councils. And of course, this is what we've got before us today. Our submission to this proposal that's been put up in northwest Waiheke, which I might add, if it's successful, will be the first marine reserve in the Hauraki Gulf since Tawharanui, way back in 2010 through the ARC. That's over 12 years ago now. It's the first application for a marine reserve by a community group since Waiheke Forest and Bird in the 1990s. So we want to encourage this sort of innovation and this sort of response to this, this was really a crisis in the Gulf. 2,350 hectares would make it the largest marine reserve in the Gulf, and currently less than 0.5% of the Hauraki Gulf Marine Park, despite its legislated national significance, is in a protected no-take marine reserve. I'd say that again, 0.5%. 2,350 hectares would, just with one stroke of the pen, almost double the size of the area protected. So that's the scale of what we're talking about here. It's significant, and it will make a valuable contribution. The actual reserve itself is geologically remarkable, as we saw in our report. Has extensive underwater platforms and terraces and a remarkably preserved kelp bed. So this is a special part of our marine environment. As far as support for this goes, I mentioned the general public on Waiheke itself, nearing 70% of the island residents, 67% support it. So, that's a pretty strong endorsement from, the most affected community there. And certainly in terms of the wider Waiheke community, the young people of Waiheke that have an ideal outdoor education facility just on their doorstep. Economically, at the Hauraki Gulf, we were told of a number of economic benefits that come from this sort of marine reserve. We had the study recently done up in Cape Rodney, which showed that over 10.5% of newly settled juvenile snappers were sampled up to 55 kilometres outside that Cape Rodney area. So these fish move around, and there's benefits to the wider population and the wider economy. And again, the scale of what's being proposed in northwest Waiheke is considerably more than Cape Rodney. So all up, Mr. Chair, this proposed marine reserve over time, I have absolutely no doubt would become a real treasure house in the same way that Goat Island has become, only on a far grander scale, the jewel in the crown, if you like, of the Hauraki Gulf Marine Park. I guess from our perspective here today, we've got an opportunity in our submission to do something tangible and meaningful to protect the Hauraki Gulf and the threatened wildlife. There's been a lot of talk and not much action, and for a long time now. Today we've got a chance to walk the talk and support this very worthy application that will benefit not just Waiheke but the broader Auckland region. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Walker.
I think Councillor Watson stolen most of my thunder, but two comments that I'd bolt on, and that is the relevance of this marine reserve for tourism and ecological research. It's accessible. There's already many people that go out to Waiheke for land-based activities, and probably not enough for things that are sea-based. And the other comment is that this will actually assist in reducing carbon emissions, because the kelp forest and the associated marine activity fixes carbon into the sea relatively quickly and efficiently. And the same thing applies to fish stocks. They also help to fix carbon. So that aspect's pretty important. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Was there any other last comments before we go to Deputy Chair, Councillor Coombe? No? Cool. And I would just brief comment from me. Yes, of course, we support the thrust and direction. We are taking quite a important approach here that supports the general thrust, but also ensures that all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed before this goes through. And that's because we want the ultimate goal of more marine protection in the Hauraki Gulf. And as we know, as Councillor Watson said, it's taken a long time to move from where we are, which is a tiny percentage of the Gulf that's protected. So we want to get this right. And so the process, much like the Waiheke Local Board's process, is to support in principle, as long as the other parts in the submission have been done before we get there. But Councillor Coombe, I'll let you finish up, but thank you all for this, and thanks again to the staff for what is a really well put together submission on a complex issue.
Kia ora, Chair, and I would like to speak in support of our submission and the direction it's taking and the approach, and I think this is the right approach. It is DOC's process, and we are just submitting into that process, and it's for DOC to navigate the Marine Reserves Act requirements. The goal absolutely is, the scientists tell us that we need to have 30% of the Hauraki Gulf under marine protection, and I think Councillor Watson highlighted that it's currently at about 0.5%, and the Hauraki Gulf, Tipaka Moana Moananui Atoi, is in a really dire state, with many species functionally extinct. And we saw that firsthand, the chair and I and members of the Hauraki Gulf Forum and representatives from the museum and the Auckland University were able to travel to the noises recently and just see the devastation around the land there with the Kinner Barrens and just what is the dire state that the Gulf is in. And so, you know, we really do need to look at all the tools that we have for marine protection. And I just wanted to emphasise to members that marine reserves are just one of those tools. And what we're seeing is that we've got to just put in place the whole range of tools that we have to hand if we're ever going to achieve that 30% protection. And one thing about this marine reserve application, and thanks to the Friends of Hauraki Gulf who've made the application, and is the bit that the DOC really do need to grapple with, and that is the mana whenua engagement and how mana whenua are involved in this application and the implications for customary rights. And I think it's important to note that where we are seeing mana whenua working together and in partnership with the agencies around the Gulf, whether that's councils, the Crown, community groups, stakeholders, that's where we're seeing marine protection being put in place. And we've seen that, that across the Gulf. We heard at the Hauraki Gulf Forum meeting the other week that there's about 30% of the Gulf is now under some kind of rahui. So, and that is moving fast now. Mana whenua are really taking the lead and pushing for that action where they're being empowered and where they're taking the lead and where there are partnerships. And that is a big gap in the Marine Reserves Act that doesn't talk to our treaty obligations or partnership. And, you know, there's been a big gap there because, you know, since 1977, when the Marine Reserves Act came into place, there've only been 4 marine reserves in the Hauraki Gulf. So because it is quite problematic. But, you know, this is for DOC to navigate all that. So I think, as I said at the beginning, I think this is the right approach to approve this submission, to support the Marine Reserve in principle, and that ask DOC to work through some of these issues that have been highlighted. And I've just spoken to one of those issues that I think does need to be addressed and worked through. But absolutely do support the goal of 30% marine protection, and it's great to hear the support that we're getting right around the council table and across the Hauraki Gulf for that goal. Kia ora. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Right, we have a mover, Councillor Coombe, and a seconder, Councillor Dalton. I feel like I'm losing my voice. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
Aye.
I assume that was support, Councillor Walker.
Absolutely.
Yeah, sorry, I think I called before you called. Okay, so there was no one opposed. We'll have that carried unanimously. Thank you very much, Suad. And 2 hopefully quick items. We'll go to item 13. Could I have a mover for the work program?
I'm happy to move, and could I make a quick comment on the work program when you get to that point?
Happy to second.
And Councillor Collins to second. Yep, is there any questions on this? I think the questions will be to maybe Vanessa or Megan if they're on the line, but if there's no questions, we can go to Councillor Coombe for comment. Were there any questions on the work program? Perfect, thank you. Councillor Coombe.
It's not often I get excited about the work program item, but I did just want to bring to members' attention that thanks to staff, we have added on to the work program a new piece of work that we hope to bring to the committee, which is the berm planting guidelines, which has been a real gap for the last decade that we haven't had community-focused berm planting guidelines. So I hope members will feel, you know, who've been watching this space for some time will feel excited as I do that we might have the chance to actually get this one sorted once and for all, and to be put forward some guidelines that the community can really get behind. And we'll have all those wonderful benefits as well that we all know about. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for adding that to the work program.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. Hopefully one day you will get your way on berms, and this is a good way to restart. I think that the last time you got it sorted, you got a 13-page summary back or something, as I remember, a long time ago. Right, we've got a mover and a seconder. All those in favour? Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No, thank you. And on to the summary of memos and information briefings.
I'll move, Mr. Chairman. Kathy.
Councillor Casey has moved.
Collins.
And Collins has seconded. All those in favour?
And I put a question up, Mr. Chair, before you took the vote.
Sorry about that, Councillor Watson. I wasn't watching the chat. So, Councillor Watson.
Yeah. Thanks. I don't mean to prolong matters here, but just in terms of one of the documents that appears in this item 14, the one that discussing the road corridor weed management update, and I just really seek your guidance here, Mr. Chair. There's a document or memo there that updates a number of things that are happening in that space. I think if you recall, it's way back to 2020, November 12th, I think, that the last time we really had any meaningful contact with that. I am a little concerned with some of the content in there in terms of the feedback from local boards on information in terms of the shortlisted options. And my understanding is they might be seeking feedback, but there's been no sort of consultation or no workshop with local boards preceding that. The general tenor of the memo really, in my view anyway, is failing to give effect to the weed control policy, particularly the requirement to minimise agricultural use. And my real concern, Mr. Chair, and I would be asking what your suggested approach is, given some of the content, and this is particularly the addition of electric vehicles and electric water treating device to the thermal control, specifically hot water application. So what that all amounts to, Mr. Chair, is I've got a series of concerns with the direction of this. There is a program that's being laid out. It would appear that the local board, there's feedback being required that's not really been informed by very much, and certainly in respect of our position as governing body members, who I assume will vote on this at some point, we're totally in the dark. So I'm in your hands as to how you would suggest a number of concerns that I've got with regard of this memo might be addressed going forward.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Watson, and I had some of those questions as well when the memo came to be sent out, which was sent out to us, I think, a week or so ago. Megan, you might have some broader answers for Councillor Watson.
Kia ora, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the question, Councillor Watson. Yes, look, we did. We have acknowledged that the timeframes we were looking at, we can't meet anymore, just for a variety of reasons. So we are currently consulting with the local boards. What I will do is I will take the concerns I heard from you and talk with the staff directly who are working through that process, and just make sure we get together and that to ensure that consultation has been appropriate. If there are any concerns or questions, we will deal with those. And Councillor Watson, also really happy if you wanted to talk to me or email me kind of anything else or anything in particular. Happy to work with you on that as well.
Okay, thanks for that. I guess what I'm really asking is at what point is the governing body members going to be updated with some fairly significant changes of direction that have occurred since the resolution of November 12, 2020?
It is going to be late, sorry, through the chair, it's going to be later in the year. From memory, we are working with the local boards now and looking at options. We'll give them an opportunity to provide their preference for weed control in about the middle of the year. So I suspect it's about the middle of the year, but I'm also happy to provide that clarification to the committee as well once I speak with staff.
Okay, thanks. I'll follow up with some specific questions in, Mr. Chair, given the offer of Megan. Thank you.
Thank you, that's perfect, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor. Thank you, Megan. Right, all those in favour? I think we may have already voted, but we can do it again. Aye. And those opposed? No. Right, and we'll just, was there anything else to add that we needed to, Kalinda? Right, we just want.
Yep, there's no consideration of extraordinary items.
Cool. Well, thank you very much. Before I have a closing karakia, I just want to thank all members for sticking with it all day and for the very good questions and comments and respect of each other. And we also just want again to send best wishes to staff elected members affected by COVID at the moment and the stresses and strains as well as the illness that comes with that, and to your communities that you're all trying to support at the same time as doing our normal under these conditions work programs and bodies of work and committees. So thank you very much. If there is anyone who'd like to give a closing karakia, speak now, otherwise I will cover off where I am now. Awesome. Unuhia, unuhia, unuhia ki te urutapunui, ki wātia, ki a mama, ki a nāko, ki a tinana, me te wairua, e te tākatu, koia rā, e rongo, whaka irahia, ake ki runga, ki a tina, homie, huie, tai ki e.
Tai ki e. Kia ora, Mr. Chair.
Good, everyone, and I think I officially have lost my voice, so have a good afternoon, and thank you all. At that, I think we are done. Thank you.
Thanks, Richard.
Good
Thank you, Kakite.
Thank you.
Sorry, Karen, for calling you Karen Walker.